Welcome to this Nobel Prize Dialogue on the Future of Work. My name is Adam Smith. To open the meeting, I'm delighted to welcome two people to give opening remarks. First, the CEO of Nobel Prize Outreach, Laura Spreckmann.
Welcome to Nobel Prize Dialogue Pretoria. It is our first Nobel Prize Dialogue in Africa, and we have people around the globe watching. Today, 5 Nobel laureates are joining us, together with other accomplished speakers, to talk about the future of work. The current pandemic has made us think about how we will work in the future, how our working life will be, but also about how we want it to be, and about what skills we need to develop for building more resilient and inclusive societies. If we are to solve our big challenges, such as climate change, health issues, and inequality, we need to invest in scientific research, but also in technological innovation. But intellectual excellence is not enough. We need to improve our social and emotional skills, such as respect for others, empathy, and kindness. I hope this day will inspire you to discover new ideas, stimulate you to ask new questions, questions that you hadn't thought about before. It is in this spirit that we organize Nobel Prize Dialogue, where we have informed cross-sector discussions about our big global challenges. It is a joy to virtually be in South Africa, celebrating human achievements and imagination within science, humanities, and peace work in the spirit of the Nobel Prize. Also to celebrate the South Africans that have been awarded the Nobel Prize, such as Nelson Mandela, Albert Luthuli, Nadine Gordimer, and Max Taylor. To conclude, I would like to thank our Nobel International partners for your long-term commitment, our friends at the University of Pretoria for this great collaboration, my outstanding colleagues led by Lena Abramson and Adam Smith. To you all joining us from around the world, enjoy the session.
Thank you very much indeed, Laura. And now it's my pleasure to welcome Tawana Coupe, who is the Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Pretoria.
Thank you, Adam and Laura. This is certainly a good morning, afternoon, and evening to all of you who have joined us here at the University of Pretoria from more than 100 countries as we gather to invest the day in one of the most important dialogues of our time, the future of work. Thank you to every one of you who have committed your time and remarkable human capital and credentials to address an issue that directly affects every person on our continent and in the world. To host the Nobel Prize Dialogues for the first time in Africa is enormously important. It means that Africa has joined the critical conversations on current major issues that are both local and global. It further means Africa's voices will be part of the discourses shaping the choices that will influence the future of work. We chose the theme of this dialogue, the future of work, because we face what the International Labour Organization describes as the global mega trends sweeping across the world and encountering economies and societies at vastly different stages of development, with wildly diverging capacities to take advantage of ever-advancing technology. As the Vice-Chancellor of a leading research-intensive university, this excites me because universities are at the forefront of this revolution that has been accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The University of Pretoria is launching a Center for the Future of Work to research the emerging world of work and create knowledge about it that can inform policies, regulations, and practices for our country, continent, and world to be future fit. Addressing the future of work for broader society, universities are proactively researching digitalization and the new normal for working life in a variety of ways, including whether the future of work will be largely remote, a return to the pre-COVID era, or a hybrid approach. The latter is the most likely, and we need to engender an entirely new work-life culture for this, with technology as an equalizer, enabler of productivity, employment, and lifelong learning for all citizens. The past year has revealed that online meetings in a digitalized world not only save time, it also facilitates greater national and international communication in an increasingly borderless world. In the context of Africa and the Global South, it's imperative that we address the digital divide. Connectivity and data affordability are major challenges, and we need to focus on bridging this divide and ensuring access to digital technologies for the majority. We must be careful that digital technologies do not act as an enabler to deepening inequality and discrimination. This requires an active human social shaping hand to get the best out of the potential of the technology. At the same time, we need to hold governments accountable in realizing access to universal broadband as an enabler for the future of work, education, and access to information and basic services. We also need corporates, internet service providers, and mobile communications companies to play their part in contributing to affordable data that is available and accessible for all. Successfully scaling Africa's demographic dividend will be a major contributor to human capital needed to drive the world's development, ensuring full and productive employment and decent work for all as SDG 8 calls for. How we achieve this is in our hands. It's a gigantic, highly stimulating challenge, just as today is Africa's first time to stage the Nobel Prize Dialogues. I can confidently say Africa will embrace the opportunities to benefit from the emerging world of work, contributing from its context, unique perspectives and approaches. I look forward to hearing your contributions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Tawana. So we are joined today by a vast global audience, and I'd like to add my words of welcome to you all. And we thought it might be a nice way to start the meeting by featuring you in the program. So since this is a meeting on the future of work, we asked you to send us pictures of your workplaces, and you sent us many, many lovely images, and we'd like to show just a very small selection of those now. So in the first slide, we see a contribution from Stanford University School of Medicine. This is an orderly desk with a lovely view from Rahane Afjay. Arijit Mukhopadhyay sent us this view, the next slide, which is, if we could please have the next slide come up. I'm not seeing the next slide, I'm afraid myself. Maybe the audience is. Perhaps we could bring the next slide onto my screen. I'm sorry, we seem to not be, at least in my view, we're not seeing the next slide. Oh, what a pity. Such lovely images from our various that were sent in by the audience, and they were so beautiful. Maybe we'll come to those in a minute. I suggest we perhaps skip these and move on. So if you've looked at your program, you will have seen that we've divided the future of work into three broad areas. We've got a track on learning, a track on employment and technology, and a track on the social and environmental impact of work. But before we start that, we wanted to have some general introductory pieces and begin very much in the present with the pandemic. So our first panel will be on the effects of the COVID pandemic on the world of work. We'll have a live panel on that featuring 3 panelists, but before we get into that, we wanted to show a short sequence of 2 minutes of video that we recorded with 2006 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Muhammad Yunus. And I asked him the question, how does he think that COVID will affect the world of work? And this is
all
what he
the
said.
wealth of the world is in the hands of few people. Just a handful of people have all the wealth. Even during the pandemic, when billions of people are losing their livelihood, income, food, going down the poverty line. This is what everybody is reporting from everywhere. No matter whether rich country, poor country, same picture. And in rich countries, you are giving free food, lines of food, and free money, $1,400 per family, etc. You can do that, but not in the poor country. So they are starving or whatever they're doing. This is what the scenario is. So what I'm saying, all these people went down, further down. Entire world, the $5.50 was the income where below $5.50 per day daily income, half the population of the entire people belong to under that level. That's pre-pandemic. What pandemic has done, pushed it further down. You're no longer $5.50, maybe $4.50, because you pushed those who are in the $2.50 at the poverty line, they're further down. So they went below the poverty line. So this is what happened. During the same time, people who are the billionaires, who are at the top, their wealth increased by $16 trillion in the same period. Exactly. And you have numbers, it's not a large number, it's maybe 3,000 people altogether. So all the wealth is in the top, in a few hands. Maybe 1% of the population, they have the 99% of the wealth. All these people who are near the $5.50, $100 per day or something, they are the 99% of the people. What I'm saying, we created an economy, you created a world where there's a big distance between people and the wealth. Wealth is far away from people. So that's not a good world.
Thank you very much indeed. And we will be hearing more from Muhammad Yunus later in the morning. But now we're going to go to our studio at the University of Pretoria and our first live panel. And for that panel, I'm delighted to say that our moderator is Ole Salebi. Ole, welcome.
Thank you so much, Adam. Thank you. It truly is a pleasure to be hosting this event with you today, especially considering that it's the first time that this event is being hosted on African soil. So I'm excited about it, and we do have quite a lot of people that we are going to be interacting with today.
We have an extraordinarily packed program. And in fact, Ole, your role is not just to be the moderator of this first panel, but you will be the host for our entire meeting, guiding us through the panel. So through the program. And so you have a remarkable amount of work to do. I wish you the very best of luck with it. I hope we might be able to show some of these workplace images a little later in the meeting. We'll see if we can get that organized. But for now, let me hand over to you and enjoy.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you. It is a pleasure. So I think to get started, as Adam has said, it's really important that we set the scene and talk about the impact of COVID-19 on the future of work. So I'm just going to start off by introducing my panelists. The first one that I have is Christopher Pissaridis, who is who received the 2010 prize in economic sciences. And then in studio with me here today, I have Irma Elof, who is Professor of Educational Psychology here at the University of Pretoria. And I'm also joined by Lebone Kumeleni, who is a lecturer in business management and strategy, also from the University of Pretoria. So welcome to all of my panelists. I specifically really liked, just in listening to Muhammad Yunus's video, I specifically liked the emphasis that he placed on the fact that COVID has impacted the world by increasing the distance between rich and poor, right? And in South Africa, we have one of the highest Gini coefficients in the world. So we are one of the most unequal societies in the world. So I'm wondering, I would just like to get some general thoughts from my panel on what you think in general is the impact of COVID-19 on the future of work. I think, Chris, I'd like to start with you. What are some of your thoughts?
Well, you've emphasized the inequality aspect. There is no doubt that COVID has increased inequalities. We know it from early data coming on. And we can also explain why, because the big problem that COVID has introduced is that working with other human beings, having direct human interaction, is not good for you, and that's what we stopped. And therefore, whose work depends on human interaction who have suffered, whereas the ones who can work from a laptop, from home, remotely, maybe they could be benefited because they were moved in that direction. And that's what we are seeing. Now, when the COVID crisis is over, this will be over to a very large extent. We're going to have a hybrid model, no doubt. After that, there will be some home working, but markets will be open again. And we might come back to what we had before. Now, of course, that doesn't say that before the inequality distribution was satisfactory. It wasn't. But it really is an extremely difficult problem as to what to do about it. And you know, there are suggestions. I'm sorry about that. I don't know how phones it. I just leave it. I thought I muted everything except for one. And that's one problem. Now, what the biggest impact though that we're seeing of COVID on work now is related to changing arrangements at work. You know, like there is new technology coming on. The technology we're using now is new. We can avoid lots of business travel. We can avoid direct meetings, not because they're a health hazard, but because it's easier to save costs and so on to do it like that. I think that's likely to remain with us. I don't think it's going to do anything for inequality the way that Mohammed Yunus was saying. You know, that's an ongoing problem, and it's more a problem of capitalist society than anything else. But there's, to paraphrase Winston Churchill, I know it's not a good system, but it's the best one we have. You know, what else can we do when it was tried? I mean, you know, you mentioned South Africa as having one of the biggest inequality coefficients. China has one of the biggest inequality coefficients, and it's supposed to be working under a communist state. My approach to that is that don't look at Gini coefficients. They're not. I mean, they tell you the inequality of income, but you might say, well, so what? You know, why should I care about inequality? You might say something like that. What I should care about is poverty. And inequality and poverty do not always coincide. You know, you might have some extremely wealthy people, and you might still have no poverty. So, as a policy measure against those, and that's really, although during the COVID crisis we've been seeing a little bit of that, at least in advanced countries, is address poverty. You know, try and provide social services, good health, good education for poor people. We do have models of countries that do that, and they also have the highest happiness index. Take Sweden, Denmark, Norway. They've practically eliminated poverty to the extent that is feasible. So don't look at the Gini coefficient and say, oh, you know, the founder of Amazon is competing with the founder of Microsoft as to which one is the wealthiest person on earth, and it's immoral to have that money. You know, you just don't care about it. Forget it. What you should be looking at is people in your street or next door. So, I mean, when it comes to the United States, since both of these people I mentioned are Americans, what worries me much more is when I go to New York and I walk down Fifth Avenue in those luxury towers, you know, Trump Tower here, whatever they're called. I've even forgotten their names. I haven't been for so long. The towers down, and then you look down below as you are walking instead of up, and you see people, sick people, half naked, wrapped in cardboard boxes and begging for food. I mean, you know, I address that issue, not the issue of the wealthy people. Those are my thoughts on inequality and on what Mohammed Yunus was saying. But of course, you know, I know well he's a great person, of course.
Really, really fantastic. Very interesting indeed. And, you know, when we look at inequality, it truly, it is something that will probably exist forever. So thank you for those perspectives. And I specifically loved what you said about the change in human interaction, right? Because as a result of COVID, the way that we interact now has changed quite a bit. So I'm just wondering for my other panelists, Irma, what do you think about, generally, what do you think are some of the effects of COVID on the future of work?
I think the inequalities is definitely a big part of it, but there's also some interesting other dynamics. I'm specifically interested in the impact of COVID on different age groups.
Okay.
Chris referred to the World Happiness Report that came out about a month or so ago. We are seeing reports where people are saying that they are both more productive and they are happier. But it does depend on the age group. The global average for the age group 50 and above is actually a little bit higher than it was a year ago, just before the pandemic came. But for the younger age group, it seems to be slightly depressed. So we need to take a look at the different impacts on the different age groups of the workforce as well.
Okay, that's incredibly interesting. So different age groups are affected differently by the pandemic, and even having to work in isolation, I guess they're affected differently by that.
And then along with that, the other thing that's interesting for me is that people are they seem to be defining themselves a little bit less in terms of their work and career, and they're almost diversifying, and there's more of a personal definition and identification of who am I, the pursuance of hobbies, spending time outside and in nature. So there's a richness there in terms of personal identity that's not that closely tied to career and job.
That's incredibly interesting, because it kind of reminds me of Maslow's hierarchy. I guess people are more focused on that self-actualization aspect now.
Yes.
Thank you, Irma. So Lebone, any thoughts? What are some of your general thoughts on the impact of COVID on the world of work or the future of work?
Yes, thanks, Ola. You know, when I just reflected, I thought about the pervasiveness nature that COVID presented when it, you know, landed in our world last year. And it felt like it was an expected visitor who just decided to come slightly earlier than we expected. So we had the world scrambling around trying to get the house in order. And in doing so, what then got elevated is that leaders had to respond with so much urgency and care. And in that midst also, being able to not have their frame closely linked to their immediate circle, but you started seeing that things are becoming more interconnected.
Yes.
So leaders had to think more at an ecosystematic level.
Yes.
And what that then demanded is, how do you understand those shifting priorities? Therefore, what COVID is presenting in the line of work is reconfiguring purposefulness in work.
Oh, absolutely.
And there's three aspects that I actually thought of more deeply. The first one being, as I mentioned about the responsiveness of leaders, is even in that leadership response, what was then also required is to understand that this interconnectedness means that there is shifting demands, there's shifting priorities. And with that as well, that spilled over into business models.
Yeah.
And because business models were changing, naturally so what would happen is that the way of work will shift in one way or another. Is it going to be long term? We still wait to see if it's going to be. And tapping back into what Irma has mentioned, what I found interesting is that it's projected that 50% of the workforce by 2025 is going to be millennials. What do millennials prefer?
Yes,
they
absolutely.
prefer meaningfulness in work, they prefer flexibility, they prefer innovation, and that's what they value. So that actually is interesting enough to start giving direction as to how business will have to think about the configurations of work for the millennials and any other age group for that matter. Because what's also happening is that the traditional, I'd say, linear way of career development is slowly diminishing. So as Irma once again mentioned, you're not seeing that people are retiring at the same ages they previously did. And now what also is becoming more prevalent within the millennials is the gig economy. They don't want to be tied down to one specific organization. They want to be able to contract and offer their services where they feel valued the most. So that's what I found particularly interesting. And last but not least, how that translates into the dynamics within society is that, yes, COVID came, interrupted us, and created this contrast that in as much as we were in isolation, we still craved that human connection.
Yes, absolutely.
And that human connection is that what's going to bring us back to think about shared value and working together in making sure that, yes, we are confronting the challenges that are presented in the world.
Thank you, Lebonda. That's really powerful. I specifically like the point that you made about reconfiguring purposefulness in work. I think that's a really powerful, catchy phrase right there. I'm wondering, Chris, what else would you like to add in addition to what the two other panelists have said?
What I'd like to add actually is that one aspect of the future of work, as we moved into more and more remote work, both at the level of the labor market, but also in the platform economy, the online deliveries, online shopping, and that created a lot of what we call the gig economy, which is it's essentially autonomous. It's supposed, if you want to be kind to it, you can call it autonomous work or independent work. But in fact, it's not real work with good prospects and good protection. Like in Europe especially, we value very much the protection that is offered at work, the health coverage, annual holidays, to go somewhere else,
Yes, absolutely.
change, any support that you might have. And the gig work, which is growing very, very fast, is not offering that because they're not employees, they are self-employed. If you feel sick and you want to go to the doctor, then you lose a day's work and you don't get paid.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's based on 0-hour contracts. You paid according to the hours that you work.
Yes.
And that's and especially there are no promotion prospects, and that's what governments need to regulate. They're beginning to. There is a new law has just passed in Spain where delivery workers should be taken on as full-time employees and given the same as employee rights by the person using them. There was a ruling in Britain about Uber drivers that they should be regarded as employees. And I think that's absolutely essential because they're going to support the economy of the future. Online shopping will remain. We've got so used now, at least over here in the last year, not going to supermarkets. I dreadfully thought that I might have to get into the car to go to a supermarket to shop in the future. I just do everything online. You have nice pictures of everything you want to buy.
Yes.
And they're very quick to take back something if you don't like it. But then I hate the idea that the people who deliver that food to me, then if their child is sick next day, they lose money. Company goes to get someone else and doesn't pay them. So it's essential that that should be fully protected as full-time work.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you very much, Chris. I'd just like to give you literally just a few seconds of closing remarks. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of this session. It was incredibly interesting, and I wish we could say more. But just short closing remarks from you, Irma.
Well, our history shows that adversity actually sparks innovation. So I look forward to experience what the world of work will be for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Irma. Lebonda, closing remarks?
Yes, certainly. So, I really, I'm being confident in the fact that even though there has been some sort of disruption, that disruption will help us to refocus, give us perspective, to be more authentic, to connect more, absolutely. And really bring up front to the integrated way of thinking about the solutions that we need for our world.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lebonda. I think I'll give the final last sentence to our laureate. Chris, one final sentence in your closing remarks.
One final sentence is that we should address the whole issue of what's COVID, along with the new technologies, digitalization and so on, are doing to the bottom end of the labor market. I mentioned gig economy, I mentioned poverty, all these things, they go together. Forget, the professional people, the millennials who've been to university and all that, they know how to take care of themselves. Yes. See what's happening at the bottom of the labor market, because their situation is not improving at all, despite the fact that technology is racing ahead and providing all these new wonderful things.
Yes. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you for those closing remarks, and thank you as well to Irma and to Lebone. It was definitely a really engaging session. Also, thank you to Mohammed Yunus for that initial point that he gave us that we could start our conversation off from. So, we asked people around campus what their greatest hopes and fears were regarding the future of work. And this is what they had to say.
My greatest hope for the future of work is for companies to invest more in individuals and the actual human being, as opposed to investing in information and data, because where people are is where innovation starts.
My greatest hope for the future of work would be that humanity should embrace the fourth industrial revolution. I believe that automation should be viewed as something that will complement humans rather than substitute them.
My greatest hope for the future of work is to involve myself in organizations that are able to help people that are less privileged and are unable to help themselves. My biggest fear is not having answers to people that are struggling and the disadvantaged and not being able to get them out of the situations that they're in because of unfortunate circumstances from their countries.
My greatest fear about the future of work is that the jobs that we are seeing today, there is a high chance that they won't be there in the upcoming generation.
My biggest fear for the future of work is that people will continue to fall for disinformation. We are living in an era of technology, and I believe that this should also be an era of informing oneself and being educated about the things you're passionate about, rather than blindly believing everything you read.
Thank you so much for those contributions. That was really, really fantastic. So we just met Christopher Pissarides in the panel discussion, but now we have a chance to listen to him at greater length in this interview with Margaret Chitiga Mabugu, who is professor and head of the School of Public Management and Administration at the University of Pretoria, in this conversation entitled Shaping the Future of Work.
Hello. Hi, Chris. I cannot hear you. Are you muted?
I don't believe I am muted. Can you hear me now, Chris?
Yes, now, just now.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I'll try to shout, Chris. Chris, it's an absolute honor and pleasure. And in fact, it's a wonderful opportunity to have you for the next 10 minutes to be in conversation with you. And of course, welcome to all those who are watching us and live streaming with us. So Chris, I want to start with your last remarks. You were talking about the labor market. You were talking about the people right at the bottom. You have spent a lot of your life looking at the labor market. In fact, that is the reason why you got this Nobel Prize in 2010, together with Dale and Peter. So my question is, and I know that when you were writing in the 70s and 80s, you were motivated by the unemployment that you were seeing in Europe. So as you know, in Africa, unemployment is a huge problem for us. It was a problem before COVID, is going to probably be worse after COVID. And what with all the technological advancements, we expect that it might increase. How might we try to work around this? What must we do to prevent this? And importantly, what are some of the policy lessons that you could perhaps share for our governments in Africa?
Thank you very much. Well, that of course is the big question. How can we deal with that? Because once we deal with that, then we're dealing with poverty. And in Africa, in fact, the problem is not only unemployment, but it's also the fact of unstable work and low-paid work. So it's like working poor, if you like, which we don't have very much in Europe, at least in Western countries. Now, unfortunately, there is no quick fix. I cannot tell you over the next 5 minutes, oh, this is what should be done, then politicians go and do it, and next year the problem has all gone. I wish it was like that, but it isn't. And it's really a combination of two things. One, that government has to take the initiative in both, in fact, but one acting from the employer side and the other from the employee side, from the worker side. And the key things that I should mention is first of all, schooling, better education for people, because once you get the education, then you can focus more on things that have a future, that can pay you better because you become more productive. So there's no doubt that that's number one, especially in Africa, because I met many African leaders or decision makers in venues like the World Economic Forum in Davos and all that, and they were always saying how they cannot provide proper schooling because of the various problems that they were pointing out. So that's where it is, and the foreign governments are looking for ways to direct aid to poorer countries. That should be their focus, number one. Number two, and I would say quite important, which acts from the employer side, is better infrastructure, including digital infrastructure now, so that companies could create jobs and combine the contribution of the worker with contribution that is coming from their investment, which builds on the government provided infrastructure. For example, if you don't have a good, clean supply of the energy, for example, then you wouldn't be able to set up a factory or a company and create jobs that use that productively, along with the education of the workers that I said is needed. If you don't have good digital infrastructure, you won't be able to use the internet, which you are almost, I can't see how anyone today could prosper without using the internet for communication. And more generally, I mean, one of the things I was struck at in one of the panels that I chaired, in fact, in Davos, when we were talking about schooling, was that one minister from African countries was talking, and he said the biggest problem they have when it comes to schooling is that there are many small villages scattered around the plain, which get in the rainy season gets very wet. It's almost impossible for children to walk to school from one village to the other. Obviously, you cannot have a school in each small village. And he said the best help that we can give to education is to provide a way so that children can walk from one village to the other over a 20-minute walk to attend school. Not every time it rains, you don't go to school. So that's what I mean by infrastructure. So the things that don't even occur to us when we live in Britain or anywhere in Europe or North America, because you see the roads outside and all that. But it is needed for African countries that you mentioned, that they have this big problem with unemployment, and that will help unemployment for sure. This interaction between the job creation that companies will have once they have the infrastructure and the education that people will have. Yeah, people.
Thank you very much, Chris. That's extremely interesting. Chris, I want to ask you a related question, slightly different. Now, you have spent a lot of your life in university, the top university, one of the top universities in the world, of course, at London School of Economics. We at the University of Pretoria are also seized with this job of creating future employers, future employees. And speaking of education, what would you say are the key, let's say 3 main attributes, apart from disciplinary knowledge, that we should insist on in our graduates as they go into the market, so that we reduce what you have been working on, friction, mismatches, and so on between job seekers and companies that are looking for employees?
Well, first let me say that what your students, the markets that your students will face when they come out of university will be far, far better than those faced by those who leave school very young or even don't attend school regularly. So I mean, we shouldn't feel sorry for them. They're privileged, just like university students are in every country of the world. There is still a big differential between university education and no education beyond age 10 or 11 or something. Now, having said that, of course, you can improve the quality of education. And my view about the quality of education is that you do have to teach the basics, like maths, language, to provide a framework, if you like, for learning later. STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and management, or mathematics, as well as management, actually, STEAM, as you might call it, are going to be the very important subjects for the future, combined with initiative to teach students to take initiatives and to learn social skills, as was said before by I think the very first person who gave some remarks, because the work of the future will, in a way, will bifurcate between very technical work that advances science or applications of science to industry and services. And we're all going to be users of that, even if not producers. And it's important that we understand it, and that's why it's important to understand STEM. But COVID notwithstanding, most of the job creation of the future will be in jobs that there is the direct interaction, because robots and other machineries are not very good at direct interaction with people. They are good at obeying orders that are programmed through a computer, but not, I mean, even in the hospitality industry, I wouldn't like my host to be a robot that comes and brings me water or food or makes my bed or something. Making the bed actually, I don't mind, but direct contact, I mean. And those will be many of the jobs of the future that people will be going in. I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that your graduates will become people cleaning hotels instead of robots. Even I, in my own home, have a robotic cleaner, actually, which is a wonderful machine. It's about this big. I turn it on, and within an hour, it cleans the entire house. But it is important to combine this knowledge of STEM with the knowledge of social skills, and especially to take initiatives, because there is an enormous scope for successful startups today. And the government, of course, I should mention again, I'm so conditioned maybe by what I see around me, but I should mention that governments should make it easy for people to go into that kind of startup and research and get rewarded for it, because that's human nature. We strive for the best, and when we get there, we want the success to benefit us too, not only society. What can we do? Selfish gene, as an anthropologist called it once.
Yeah, extremely interesting. I think, governments being important for policy, they are always central to almost everything that we do. So Chris, I want to bring in young people, youth. So for instance, in university, we do work with very young people. And I want to also bring in young women. How might the future of work look for them, apart from what you have already said? I'm thinking now of government policies also in the workplace. How might they accommodate these individuals, these specific demographics, young women and young individuals coming out of universities or schools?
Okay, well, these are two separate problems or issues, if you like, if not problems. One is, how do we bring young people into work, both male, and second, how can we make sure that young women are not either discriminated against or facing barriers that men don't face? And in a way, they are separate. The second one is in some ways easier to address about women, because we know that the biggest barriers that women are facing are related to family, childbearing, and so on, and of course social attitudes as well. Social attitudes change; they change slowly, but there should be emphasis all the time on equality and that men are as good at housework as women are if they get their mind to it, and it's moving more in that direction, but not completely. But when it comes to childcare, it's still almost completely dominated by females, if not completely. and that is a barrier into going to work. And for that, I feel very strongly that that both companies and government policy should treat father and mother in complete symmetry beyond the first 3 months after birth, where there is obviously you cannot treat them at the time complete symmetry because of things like nursing, breastfeeding, and so on. But beyond the 3 months, there should be paternity leave as well as maternity leave. There should be benefits directly addressed to the mother and ways, sort of childcare services, high quality childcare services provided or subsidized by government so that mothers can come in. And again, I mentioned before in the panel the case of the Scandinavians. If you look at countries like Sweden and Norway, they do have that equal treatment, and they do provide state-funded, high-quality childcare services, and their female participation rates are amongst the highest in the world. There should also be flexibility at work, and in fact, with the technologies that we develop with COVID, that would be helped, if anything, because remote work is going to stay with us. The estimates I've seen say something like 20% of work will now be done from home, and that helps women more than men. Although it's helping me enormously as well, actually. I love working from home at least 20% of my time, like I'm doing now. And little step by step, we know enough now how to address these issues because we have the success of mostly Northern European countries, in fact, in female employment. Now, when it comes to younger people, the problems are different because the uncertainties young people face are, they're the ones that they have to learn themselves in a way. Providing the information about the labor market and jobs is important, but they have to take the initiatives. You cannot spoon feed them. They're going to be independent people in the labor market. And it's difficult. I might sound a little bit cynical, but also listening to the people who made some remarks earlier in this program, in a way they're a little bit too idealistic in a way in what job they would get, especially more highly educated people. And you have to be realistic and get into the labor market first. And once you're there, try and learn and move up. But I see that time is running out, so unfortunately, I cannot expand more. Not that I know exactly what the answer is, but anyway, it is.
Sometimes the impatience of the youth. So, Chris, they're telling me that our 10 minutes is up already. I had so much more to say, but I want to thank you very, very much for these 10 minutes, for these insights, and thank the audience as well. Now, over to you, Ole.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margaret, and thank you, Chris. That was incredibly insightful and very, very interesting indeed. So now we're starting off with a tribute to a very special South African, Chief Albert Luthuli. And this tribute is happening in connection with the University of Pretoria's own Albert Luthuli Leadership Institute. It's the anniversary of that institute. So this tribute will be read by Tumega Mashoba Ramwedzisi. She is a chartered accountant and registered auditor, but also she received a PhD from the University of Pretoria's Albert Luthuli Leadership Institute. Welcome, Tumega.
Chief Albert Luthuli, for his leadership in a campaign of civil disobedience against the apartheid government of South Africa, Chief Albert Luthuli became the first African to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1960. First as teacher and leader of his community, and then later as activist and politician, Chief Luthuli consistently embodied leadership that inspired collaboration and attempted to foster positive change. If a good leader in the African context might be described, according to Thaddeus Metz, as one who creates, sustains, and enriches communal relationships and enables others to do so, then Chief Luthuli's leadership holds great relevance for our continent and country, plagued as it is with leadership crises in the forms of corruption and maladministration. Chief Luthuli consistently focused his imagination on visions of unity and demonstrated the integral role of values that invite leaders to act on principle, having the moral courage to collaborate because of moral principle. While Chief Luthuli's emphasis on inclusion and collaboration caused him some unpopularity and considerable frustration, even in his own party, for him, this was a matter of principle which he articulated as follows. I personally believe that here in South Africa, with all our diversities of color and race, we will show the world a new pattern of democracy. I think there is a challenge to us in South Africa to set a new example for the world. We can build a homogeneous South Africa on the basis not of color, but of human values. In Luthuli, we see the resolve of a leader to prioritize working towards his vision of restored human dignity in circumstances that most would have called the triumph of evil and the denial of hope. We see the ability of the imagination to hold a vision for the future that propels the individual to act in the present. We also see the capacity of such leaders to capture the imagination of countless followers who are inspired to bring about change, even when this seems impossible. Although Chief Luthuli never lived to see the fruit of his labor, as South Africa finally achieved democratic freedom in 1994, the values of dignity, equality, and responsibility that he stood for have found expression in our Constitution. It remains the duty of each South African to follow the example set by Chief Luthuli and live our lives in service of these ideals. As the Chief said, the test is action.
Thank you, Tumeka. That was a very powerful and wonderful tribute to Chief Albert Luthuli. Indeed, the test is action. So that is very relevant to today's theme on the future of work. So to finish this opening session of the meeting, we now focus on work in Africa with a short interview with Akinwumi Adesina, who is president of the African Development Bank. And this interview will be conducted by Rose Phillips from the University of Pretoria's own Gordon Institute of Business Sciences.
Dr. Adesina, welcome.
Thank you very much, Rose. It's good to see you.
You too. You've been known to say that Africa's not poor. It just has poor people. Actually, Africa's abundantly blessed. So if that is what you're thinking, what would you consider to be Africa's silver lining as it relates to the future of work?
Well, thanks very, Rose, for that question. You know, there's no doubt I'm Africa's optimist in chief. I'm almost very optimistic about the continent. But let me say that when it comes to the issue of the future of work, we need to look at Africa's demographic advantage and how we turn that into an economic dividend. And that's the most important thing. It keeps me up at night, actually. And for various reasons, you know, if you look at Africa's population today, you see that 70% of the population is actually less than the age of 35, right? Now, so we're the youngest continent in the world. But if you also look in terms of what has happened or what is happening to our young people, it gives cause for concern because 70% of them are also living below the poverty line. You know, I don't want poverty to become Africa's comparative advantage when it comes to its youth. Now, for that not to happen, we have to make sure that the labor markets are able to create the jobs that the youth actually need. Now, if you look between now and 2063, the labor market is going to actually grow in terms of people in the labor market to roughly 2 billion people. Now, half of those are going to be young people. Now, where I have a concern is that we are not going to be able to create the jobs enough for them if we don't change things radically. Because even if we took half of that by 2030, only 100 million out of the 450 million people, young people that will be in the labor market by that time will have jobs. And so the key really then, of course, is to make sure that we understand that times are changing. We're in a time of fourth industrial revolution. Artificial intelligence, robotics becomes very, very important. Big data, cloud computing, all these things are very, very important. So we've got to retool. So just to give you a quick rundown of what we're doing to make sure that future becomes optimistic. So I really wanted to be optimistic for the young people. First is that we are investing heavily when it comes to setting up the infrastructure for digital infrastructure to do that. We've invested close to $2 billion in ICT infrastructure. If you take the case, for example, of Senegal, we invested well over $70 million to help them in digital technology parks, to be able to do that. We've done the same also in Cape Verde for about $30 million. Now, we also, by the way, invested in satellites, 2 satellites to make sure that we can get access to broadband in Africa. So on one side, in terms of the digital infrastructure for readiness. The second one, of course, is making sure that we have the right digital skills. The bank, actually, we invested in $12 million in the Kigali Institute of Science and Technology. It's a regional center for excellence that we developed together with the Carnegie Mellon University. Now they're chunking out, several students. They've done over 70 master's students in ICT, and believe it, Rose, 98% of them got jobs before they finished, and the rest of them became tech entrepreneurs, right? So then, of course, we are now working on the issue of coding, because the future is going to be a lot in coding. And so we set up a program called Coding for Employment. And that coding, we're working together with Microsoft and others on this, which is to create roughly 43,000 or 33,000 young people that are going to be real computer coders that will be able to get a lot of jobs in this area. And we feel that that will actually create maybe about 9 million jobs, direct and indirect jobs. And finally, is that we also have Virtual University for Africa that is doing more than 4,000 students in the whole area of ICT. So all I'm just trying to say is the jobs of the future require the skills of the future. And we are getting ready. We're doing all we can to get our young people to be able to compete and to be effective in that new future of work.
So you're not at all concerned about this dystopian future we hear about, the rise of the machines, are you?
Well, remember, Rose, we had that also in the past. Remember, people used to, nobody was using tractors in the past. Everybody used to use horses, to use hay and all of those things. And that was how it was. There were no cars. And so when people go worried at that time, no, I am not worried. Because what essentially happens is that some jobs are going to be lost. There's no doubt about that, with automation in particular. If you look at automation more globally, 99 out of 10,000 jobs in the industry jobs are actually now paired with robots and all of that. The estimates show that roughly 50% of the current jobs are likely going to be lost. That may be about 2 billion, but that's on the really pessimistic, scary side. Remember, when you actually create new technology jobs, you create other jobs with it. New jobs will come. The question is not the direct substitution. The question is whether you have the skills in the new economy. What do we need to do is the question. First, I think we need to make sure that our labor market is retooled, is reskilled, as I was saying, with the jobs of the future. Second, we have to also look into digital skills. We have to make sure that we are also giving people technical and vocational skills, lifelong learning, because the labor markets keep changing. Therefore, that I have something doesn't really mean that you have it. You're in the university, and one of the things for universities have to connect better with the industry and make sure that the kind of skills that the industries need are actually being provided by the universities. And finally, it's also to make sure that we teach people not just to even look for jobs, we teach people to have the entrepreneurship capacity to be able to create jobs. So we are going to be in new areas, new opportunities will arise, but the key is have new education policy and link the education policy to a skills enhancement policy.
We are both Africans, and we say it takes a village to raise a child, but it also takes a village to sustain, to maintain, to grow that village. So how do we create futures of fortune? How do we industrialize Africa?
Oh, we have no choice but to industrialize Africa. Industrialization is the fastest way in which we can create jobs, and the opportunities are quite immense because we're starting from very low manufacturing base in Africa. Africa accounts for only no more than 1% of total, manufacturing exports in the world. And so, 3 key areas I think focus has to be on. First is agriculture. Agriculture is the greatest employer of labor, but it has to be modernized. We have to make sure that there's more automation. There's a lot more new technologies in that, and we have to make it cool for young people, to make it really cool. The other one, of course, is the fintech industry. I think that creates enormous amount of opportunities for young people. They're already doing that. We need to continue to support them to do that. Now, when it also looks at manufacturing, we have to also get into pharmaceuticals in the context of COVID-19 situation. Africa only imports most of almost 70% of its manufacturing of its pharmaceutical products. We've got to change that. So these opportunities are there. But I will only end with this. Potential, yes, but we have to fix Africa's structural challenges to industrialization, in particularly skills, technology, and infrastructure. These are critical for that to be able to succeed. And that's what we are doing at the bank.
In closing, what would you say to the young people of Africa, some of who are thinking that they need to go and find greener pastures on another continent, and maybe investors who are still ignoring Africa?
Thank you, Rose. If you're an investor, if you just simply take a look at Africa, let me just talk to that first. You have the youngest population in the world, as I have said to you. You have rapidly urbanizing population, rising middle class. If you want to be in a place to invest, Africa is the place to invest in. Why do you think you have, Japan Africa Investment Summit, America, US Africa Investment Summit, UK Africa Investment Summit? Everybody's having an investment summit in Africa. That's something that they are saying. Africa is the investment frontier of the world in terms of agriculture, in terms of labor, cheap labor, in terms of young people, in terms of rapidly urbanizing society and rising middle class that can buy consumer goods and services. So if you're not in Africa, I really wonder where you are. And for the young people, I don't believe the future of youth lies in Europe. I don't like in the United States of America. It doesn't lie in there. It lies in an Africa growing well, growing equitably, able to create jobs for its young people. That's how we want to be able to develop. And quite honestly, I think they should just look for this new Africa that we are trying to do all our best to make sure we can have growth. People don't eat GDP. I want growth that's able to create quality job for decent living for our young people. They are the future, they are the present, and we must start investing in them today. And just to tell, if I was going to tell them something, that's why the African Development Bank, we're working right now, Rose, to develop what we call youth entrepreneurship investment banks to allow our young people to take their ideas, turn it into great business, but surround them with a new financial ecosystem where they can thrive. We have to put our capital at risk for young people of Africa. They are bankable.
Futures of fortune. Dr. Adesina, undisputably Africa's optimist in chief. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rose, and thank you as well to Akunwumi for that very, very interesting conversation. As Adam mentioned in his introduction, we've divided the vast topic on the future of work into three broad themes: learning, employment, and impact. We now turn to the first of those themes, which is the future of learning. First off, we have Brian Schmidt, 2011 Nobel Prize laureate in physics, and also Vice Chancellor of the Australian National University, who will give a short talk on the future of higher education. Then that leads immediately into a conversation addressing the question, does higher education need to change? Featuring Brian Schmidt and Ava Leinonen, who is president of Murdoch University. This conversation will be moderated by the University of Pretoria's Vice Principal, Norman Duncan.
Norman, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are. We're ready to go.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Lovely to meet you all from here in my home in Australia. And talk about the work, which is inexorably linked to the future of education. The one thing out of COVID-19 that maybe is good is it has shown that education can change. It can change quickly. But the question I want to ask is, can it change for the better? Pre-pandemic, it was clear to me that higher education was going to change, but everything that was happening is now accelerated. And from my perspective, trying to run a university, I asked the question, can we navigate this current chaos to create a system that is better for all without the potential alternative of fragmentation where it wins entirely on who you are and where you live? So I see the digital world as both an opportunity and a threat to equality and inclusivity. And let me unabashedly say that a good future, the one I think we're hopefully striving for, is one that includes as many of the world's population as possible, and which allows one's pathway to be based on talent and ambition, not social, cultural, economic factors. The opportunity arises from the digital world connecting essentially every person on the planet to global opportunities. So for example, one of our previous speakers, Chris Pissarradis, another Nobel laureate, but in economics, I met, where we were looking at how the Alibaba platform in China was essentially allowing people anywhere to create companies and sell products anywhere in a way that completely defied the normal constraints of our economy and class and capital. So one can imagine that this same type of digital platform, whether it be Alibaba or anything else, could allow anyone in Africa to create companies to do almost anything connected to the global world. That is a huge opportunity. Online platforms can deliver education on almost any topic to anyone with an internet connection. And while I realize internet connections are not ubiquitous, even here in Australia, they are becoming so, and hopefully one will be available to almost anyone in the distant future. But I also see that there is a threshold in this digital world, a threshold where a person either is equipped to make use of the technology and amplify their talents with the technology, or where the technology completely displaces their ability to be meaningfully productive. Now that threshold depends a bit on the state of the society you live in, your socioeconomic, cultural, educational status within that society, your talents and ambition. And above that threshold, you thrive, and below it, you don't. The future of work is for those who are above that threshold. And the great equalizer to get as many people above that threshold, I believe, is education. Education for the future of work, therefore, needs to connect into the entirety of society. Everyone is going to need to get an education and training as an ongoing part of their lives. And so this means we're going to need to have on-ramps for people into, for example, the higher education system, including those who have not been part of it in the past. And we need to find ways to educate people later in life in the skills they need so that they can add to their repertoire. But we need to do it in a way which also fits in the lives of people's jobs and their families. So this doesn't mean our university physical campuses are going away. Young students benefit from the opportunity to mature as they grow their skills alongside a cohort of other students. People in short courses or as part of longer digitally delivered courses will also benefit from people who have intensive experiences with experts and equipment on our campuses. Some universities may choose to be entirely digital, while others will specialize in specific areas and activities. The future of higher education will need to cover a whole range of things, from the vocational side all the way up to research PhDs. And a good future system will include interoperability, where people are able to traverse from all sorts of backgrounds through the system as part of their lifetime education journey. A bad system will remain fragmented and perhaps even fragment more, with the different silos differentiated largely by the amount of socioeconomic advantage a person has. That's a bad system. So there are both opportunities with the massification of education, but risk. Learning to learn takes time. Relationships are important. And while massification is an important part of an ecosystem to bring people up from all walks of life and a better education to everyone that way, that interoperability is critical to give everyone a chance to do what their talents and ambitions allow. And there's a risk. People bypassing the foundational education they need in favor of short learning as you go training. This process that reacts to the short-term opportunities but has the potential to ultimately limit a person's lifetime productivity if done without thought. If you learn just what you need to do for a certain job, you may never get the mathematical or the writing, communication, or critical thinking skills you need to do a job that is much more complex. These skills, while not impossible to gain when you are older, do require a lot of time to gain, thousands of hours. And then you need to have that focus to be achieved. And so there's a reason why most people get educated when they're young, rather than on a need-to-know basis as they age. Lifetime opportunities are going to be essential. We cannot assume what you learned as a young adult will be sufficient for a 50-year career. So the future of education is going to need to allow people to reset their education in some cases, and for most, continually update it. The current research-led university ecosystem is potentially under threat as research, education, and training, now connected, become disconnected from each other. What is the future of this ecosystem in a political world focused on the very short term, favoring training over education, and kind of putting research-led education to the side? In this world, we may well lose many of our research-intensive universities, which are key to delivering much of the research of the world. And they are the key gateways for people from all sorts of backgrounds to use exceptional talents to make key discoveries that benefit the world. A loss of these institutions, for example, the conversion of most state-run institutions into high-volume degree-only institutions, will leave only a small set of research universities, which I fear will once again just become the bastion of the elite. So in summary, the opportunities are there for education to empower most of the citizenry of the world to tame technology and use it to increase their productivity. And in this utopic future, we need the talent of the world engaged in creating this prosperous and sustainable future. That's a great opportunity. The dystopic alternative, where the system fragments and only the privileged get the education and ability to augment their abilities with technologies, is one where we'll almost certainly not be able to live sustainably on the planet, and where the vast fraction of the world's population is left behind. So, even in the utopic system, some people will be left behind, and we'll need to look after them. And I think it's really key that we have a system that allows whatever caused a given person not to cope with this new world, it doesn't transfer on to their families, to their friends, or their community. So we get intergenerational advantage. And so the system needs to be resilient. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much for that compelling introduction to this session, Brian. Ladies and gentlemen, those who have just joined us, we have been asked to examine in this session the following question. In the context of a rapidly changing world, facing increasingly complex problems, and also a world of work that is characterized by a rapidly increasing deployment of technology, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, digital skills, and digital mobility. The question is, does higher education need to change, and how should it change? Now, Brian has already given us an indication of how he thinks it needs to change. Ava has just joined us. Ava has joined us from Murdoch University, and I'm going to give her the opportunity to respond, and then I'll get back to pose one or two questions to Brian about his presentation. Good morning, Ava.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from me.
I should have said good day.
No worries at all. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and what a privilege it is to be part of a Nobel Prize Dialogue. You know, that's an incredible opportunity and privilege. And thank you, Brian, for your opening remarks. So, does higher education need to change? I wanted to, first of all, just think about the fact that higher education is a dynamic construct. It is influenced by environment within which it exists. And of course, it also itself shapes the society that is part of. So it can do nothing but change. And the question I think we're probably exploring here is that because of the current technological advances, you already talked about that, Norman, societal, political, economic, etc., changes, what are the parts of higher education that are most rapidly changing at the moment? Brian talked about the fact that the pandemic has already really accelerated change in higher education in many different ways. And the obvious example that Brian mentioned was the online learning. I've been in higher education for a very long time, and I was a Deputy Vice Chancellor academic in a few universities prior to coming to Australia, and it's quite remarkable how for many years I was trying to implement strategies for technology-enhanced learning. And some of them are more successful than others. And I sort of witnessed in 2020 an acceleration of uptake of online learning that it had taken me maybe 5 in previous lives. So the consequences of that, for instance, for our staff have been quite dramatic. You know, having to adapt and acquire new skills and teach differently and engage differently. And, you know, I have to say that I'm very appreciative as a Vice Chancellor of the University, but also very impressed by the way in which our staff have adapted. Brian talked about the world of work and in that required us to adapt our curriculum and be relevant and be really forward-looking. And the importance to learn how to learn, but also how to and how to relearn again. And doing that, acquiring some of those basic skills of learning, relearning again as a student, so that when you go into the work, to have this set of skills for you to work with. And workforce, of course, we were just talking, and Brian mentioned this as well, is changing very dramatically. Technological advances, we don't know what the technology will bring, and so on and so forth. So one of the things that we all need to be focusing on, and we are increasingly focusing on, and actually the Australian government is encouraging us in universities to be involved in this, is reskilling, upskilling, and skilling the current workforce. And the kinds of models that we're looking here are blended and on-learn, but also accelerated and block models. And also what we talk about is micro-credentialing. This is a bit like build a bear model, i.e. you take parts of learning that are relevant to you, to your work at this point in time, and they're bespoke to you in the sense that those are the parts that you believe you need to learn, and you build your own degree or your qualification. And then very finally, I just wanted to comment on that, what Brian talked about is that, education is an equalizer, and it always has been. And through technology and through reaching out to people who may not usually benefit from higher education or education at any level is something that we need to take very seriously and are taking very seriously as universities and educational institutions. And that is, bringing education to all who can benefit, irrespective of background, is an important mandate for all universities. I stop there because I know we only have 15 minutes, Norman, but I could say more, and I'm very happy to add anything that you'd like me to add.
Thanks a lot, Ava. Unfortunately, in fact, our time has been reduced to 10 minutes, so I'm going to cram in as many questions as I possibly can. Brian, you had indicated in your presentation, and something that you had written and which I had seen, you indicate that significantly increasing access to higher education will become increasingly possible given the affordances of educational technologies. However, you also argue that this could be accompanied by certain risks. Won't you briefly explain what these potential risks are? And perhaps if you could look at, I think, the issue that you raise about training overriding education.
Yeah, I mean, I think the gig economy type attitude of education means you just learn what you need for a given job. But you can then commoditize the education. And if you're going to just do really short, sharp training, why have universities at all? Are we just going to be doing the training that companies need? Why won't they disintermediate us and just do it for us? And we could easily see universities being squeezed out of the education market. Now, I think there'll be a big consequence for society because that's really short training, and people won't get that deep learning to learn that will allow them to do much more complex things. That's where you've got research trained people teaching. You can bring people up to the cutting edge. So you move society forward rather than just getting people into the jobs of today. So I think that's the risk, is us getting squeezed by really being short thinking.
Thank you so much, Brian. Eva, back to you. I formulated the question before we started, which I thought I was going to ask you. What, to your mind, are the key actual or potential impediments to universities recalibrating in ways that will ensure that their graduates are optimally equipped to actualize themselves or thrive in the future world of work?
I think Brian actually has articulated one of the sort of key maybe impediments or risks that we need to be very mindful of is we need to be clear what universities are, what is our purpose. I personally believe in something called an educated mind, an educated mind being an equalizer in society. And educated mind is not an instrumentalist view of education. It is not there for a purpose that because I do this particular piece of learning, I will get this particular job here. It's a much broader concept and is something that I think universities need to really reinstate their purpose. That is the purpose of a university. And because you have an educated mind, you then have an educated society. One of the risks, of course, is that not everybody will have access to education, in any form of education, including higher education. And that is, I think, that we need to absolutely be focused on, that technology enables that access, but also access through funding. You know, one of the most incredible things in Australia is, and in the UK, is the loan system for students. So you're not actually, your access to higher education is not impeded by your ability to pay. So you actually are given funding to be educated in a university context. So there's just a couple of points. I'm mindful of time, Norman.
Thank you so much, Eva, for that response, and Brian also for your earlier responses. They were hugely helpful, I'm sure, to colleagues in the academy who are all, I suppose, wondering how we will prepare our students best for the future world of work. Now, I've got several more questions that I would have liked to pose to you, but unfortunately, our time has run out, and so now I'm going to hand over to the program director. Thanks a lot, Brian. Thank you very much, Eva.
Thank you.
Norman.
Thank you so much,
Eva.
Norman. Thank you, Eva. And thank you, Brian, as well, for that incredibly insightful conversation on the future of higher education. So now our audience is, of course, mainly digital. But we've set up a viewing station on campus at the University of Pretoria's Hatfield campus. Here on campus, we have a group of students, and we thought it would be great to find out whether people are enjoying the dialogue. So let's hear from Lerato Ndlovu, who is president of the Student Representative Council. She is currently reporting from Hatfield campus.
On African soil. This will ensure that young African voices are at the forefront of shaping the future of work. So, my first question is, what is your view so far on the dialogue? And if you could also touch on the future of universities and higher education according to this dialogue, what you've learned from the dialogue.
Thank you, Madam President. I think for me, the first highlight would have to be the fact that we acknowledge our history, especially in Chief Nkosi Albert Luthuli, and sort of the idea that we need to continue the cause that they had fought for. And in obviously deepening inequality and addressing concepts like poverty within the context of Africa, as highlighted, I think, by 2006 Nobel Peace Prize winner Muhammad Yunus. That being said, I think also speaking to ideas such as wealth redistribution, as well as equal access to opportunities of higher education, especially within our context, becomes incredibly important. That being said, also mention of the fourth industrial revolution, I do think the use of university and higher education, the use of technology to carry forth our continent, but also to address our deepening inequality becomes incredibly important. Finally, I do think to make mention of the idea of human connection, that was very, very profound for me. I think there's a concept that I like to refer to, Umuntu and Gumuntu Ngabantu, which means I am because to acknowledge the power of the individual whilst realizing the power of the collective as well.
Oh, thank you very much. You're sure listening. And with what you touched on universities, there's also another speaker mentioned earlier that we should also be inkling with the STEM technology in our universities, sharpening our skills and move that direction when we're speaking of skills. Thank you very Good morning. How's the dialogue so far? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. It's been interesting.
Yeah. So what are your views and what is the highlight of the dialogue so far? What are you taking home as a young African? Going back, what are you taking?
Interesting for me is to see how the times have changed since quite a few years back when Chief Albert Luthuli and Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela was fighting for equality, and how the definition of equality has changed over the years, where it's been changing from women having the right to vote to today women receiving the same salary as their male counterparts in the workforce. So it's interesting to see how quickly these things change and how starkly contrasting it changes with the years. I think for the future of universities, what's interesting for me is to see these are going to start to be integrated. Where you don't just start to specialize in that what you study, but how you incorporate other aspects into it. For instance, if you study medicine, one of these days you're probably going to have to study programming as well to ensure that you are fully equipped in the field and also fully prepared for the workforce you face.
Yes, very much for that. And I think it now also again speaks to what one of the speakers were mentioning earlier, is that our stepping into 4IR and moving forward, it shouldn't be an elimination of the human, but in fact there should be a collaboration and in sync between technology and its improvement and us as humans, making sure that we continue to still be employed, still get money, but also understand that we're living in a time of 4IR.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lerato. That was very interesting, and it's great to see that people are actually enjoying it, because we are here isolated in the studio and we're missing that live audience, so it's good to hear that people are actually enjoying the dialogue. So on to our next theme. We move now on to the employment session, focusing on what it will be like to work in the future and what technology holds in store for us. I think that's quite exciting, a little scary, but definitely very exciting. We start with an interview with Joseph Stiglitz, who was awarded the 2001 Prize in Economic Sciences. And this time, the interviewer is Adam.
So welcome to this interview. It's a real pleasure to have you with us for our dialogue in Pretoria, Joseph Stiglitz.
Nice to be here. I wish I could be there in person.
Next time, we hope. This interview comes at the beginning of a session on the future of employment. And so beginning with a vast and rather difficult question, how do you feel that employment in the future will be most different?
Well, I think it's going to be different for different parts of the labor force. And we've seen that very clearly in the context of COVID-19. Those who can work on Zoom have been working from home, have been traveling all over the world without moving, and have been almost undisturbed. In fact, have had, in some cases, even a more productive time. On the other hand, for those engaged in face-to-face work, it's been a very difficult period. So I think what we're going to see, that kind of divide, and a lot of discussion now about a K-shaped recovery, I think there's going to be a K-shaped effect on the world of work in very much the same way. I think those who can engage in Zoom and that kind of remote work will find work in some ways better. They can make a choice of travel or not. They will save on commuting time. And, all the studies show that that's the worst aspect of anybody's life, commuting. So in some ways, it's going to be an enormous improvement in standards of living. On the other hand, what we've seen at the other end is a level of precariousness that is extraordinarily disturbing.
So if technology is going to be the answer to allow people's working lives to improve, how do you think we ensure that the benefits of technology are shared most equitably around the globe?
That's another very important issue, because the control of many of these technologies is by a relatively few firms, particularly in the United States. And a minimum to ensure that the benefits are shared more widely is digital taxation, making sure that the enormous profits that many of these companies are made are accessible. One of the things that globalization has done has made it easier for these companies to avoid taxes everywhere. So we have two issues: one, to make sure they get taxed, and secondly, to make sure that a reasonable share of that tax revenue accrues to those in developing countries and emerging markets. There's a second issue, though, that I think is also very important, is global regulation. These tech giants are very powerful, and they are setting the regulatory framework that in a way that benefits themselves. And that obviously is going to result in their getting more and more of the benefits, but also confronting the rest of the world with a lot of harms. We see all those digital harms, and they make money out of incitement, out of political manipulation, but they undermine our democracies and our sense of social solidarity. So we need stronger global regulation.
Do you think that's achievable? Do you think we're inevitably moving into a world where there's a co-governance by corporations? Or
I think it is achievable. And I think, maybe 5 years ago, I would have been more doubt about it. But the abuses in the last 5 years in every dimension, from political manipulation to not paying taxes, tax avoidance, tax evasion, whatever you call it, have angered so many people in our democracies that if our democracy survives, then I think it will be regulated.
And again, do you think that jobs for everybody who wants them is going to be achievable in a future where we have an ever-expanding global population?
Growth of the population is right now centered over the next 50 years, 75 years, in Africa. The demographic transition has happened very slowly in Africa. And that issue of the demographic transition clearly is going to be one of the things that needs to be on the agenda. But there's a broader issue, let me say, from a from a global point of view for the next 30, 40 years, we are going to need enormous investments to make the green transition, to provide infrastructure for Africa, to provide for urbanization, all these things that are necessary if we're going to succeed in our ambitions of saving the planet and raising standards of living, are going to need lots of labor. So in spite of the advances of artificial intelligence, robotization, for the next 30 years, I believe, quite strongly that if we can get our system to work well, there will be enough jobs. Eventually, we'll have to face the kind of question that Keynes talked about almost 100 years ago of what would the world be like when we are so productive that people want more and more leisure. But we're not there yet. And so the world of work is the world that we're going to be confronting. And the question is, how do we make that world of work?
Does the phrase "the future of work" fill you with hope or fear?
Both. It fills me with hope because I think that at least for significant fractions of the population, work can become more meaningful. The concern is we won't have enough jobs. And the jobs that we create for those who are less educated will be more exploitive in the way that Uber and Lyft are engaged in today. That the imbalances of power will make work for those at the bottom even less satisfying. And that's why, to me, what I call the progressive agenda is not just about greater equality of income and wealth, but greater equalities of standards of living. And an important part of standards of living for most of us is our work. And to make work more attractive, less onerous, seems to be one of the things that should be high on our agenda.
It doesn't seem so much to ask to be decently treated, does it?
No, it doesn't. And, each of us in our own relations with our workers should try to do that. But it's at the level of the system and the failure of the system that I worry most, because it's obvious that many companies don't do that.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been such a pleasure speaking with you, and it's so kind of you to take part in our dialogue.
Real pleasure for me too.
Thank you so much, Joseph, and thank you, Adam. Yes, the future of work certainly is a hopeful one, with a little bit of fear, of course. So next, we have a talk from economic historian Joel McKeer, professor at Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois, exploring what we can learn about the future effects of technology from studying past and also the present industrial revolution. So his talk is entitled "The Past and Future of Work." That will lead directly into a conversation on the impact of technology, in which Joel will be joined by Zainab Usman, who is director of the African program at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. This conversation will be moderated by Rose Phillips, who you have, of course, already met.
All right, sure. Yes, good morning, everybody. Can people hear me? Is this all right? Good. So let me just get started. So here is a very simple and almost naive question, I would think, which is if we believe, as I surely do, that the rate of technological progress will continue in the future at the pace that's been taken for, say, the past 200 years since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, or even faster, I think. You know, it's a legitimate question, a little bit concern to ask what would happen to work and what would happen to jobs. That is, in fact, precisely what my former teacher, Jill Stiglitz, just said. And to be more specific, you know, is it possible that widespread technological unemployment would occur nationwide or even worldwide? And so for an economic historian, the first reaction is, you know, we've seen this movie and more than once. In the past, fairly remote past, workers often were concerned that they would be replaced by machines and that these machines would make them redundant in some way. And so obviously their response was to try to resist technological progress and to resist mechanization to protect their jobs. So this is the most famous example, you know, and everybody's seen these stories in high school. These are the famous Luddites in Nottinghamshire in England in the beginning of the 19th century. And you can see, you know, a guy here with a big hammer and two guys with big hammers next to a framing machine, and they're breaking it because they're worried about their work as frame knitters. Okay? And it's not just the workers themselves, even economists, such as they were at the time, were concerned with the matter. So here's the greatest of them all, David Ricardo, the master of economics at the time. And basically, you know, in 1821, he writes a letter to a colleague in which he writes that, you know, if machinery could do all the work that labor now does, there wouldn't be any demand for labor and nobody would have any money, so nobody would be entitled to consume anything who was not a capitalist and who couldn't hire or buy a machine. That's a very serious concern. Now, to be fair, you know, I think he realized that this was a rather restrictive theoretical case, and that in the long run, he thought higher productivity would actually lead to more savings and investment and eventually rising demand for labor. Now, as it turned out, both the Luddites and Ricardo were wrong. The concern at least in the longer run, turned out to be misplaced. So that didn't help people sort of in what we call the transitional dynamic. So if you had, you know, some of them obviously were thrown out of work, particularly the famous handloom weavers. But the sons and daughters of these handloom weavers and other people whose jobs were made redundant by technological progress, they found jobs elsewhere. You know, they became railroad engineers, electricians, telegraph operators, pillar makers, you know, department store clerks, all kinds of jobs that did not exist in 1800 or even in 1820. Or they had the option of emigrating, which a lot of them, of course, did. And I think what happened at that time seems to be almost a chronic problem in people observing the labor market. Observers always seem to be terribly pessimistic about it for some reason. People worried about jobs and the demand for labor, and the fact that it wasn't happening, and there's no evidence that this has any long-term technological unemployment, that doesn't seem to persuade the doomsayers one bit. And it's not just in the dystopian science fiction novels in which you have a huge, massive group of people who basically don't do anything, as in sort of Kurt Vonnegut's classic from the 1950s called Player Piano and many other books like that. So these are sort of dystopian science fiction novels. And the fact that it doesn't seem to have been true, it didn't seem to convince these people. And, you know, I can always reminded of the attributed dictum to George Billings, the American comedian, who said, you know, it ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble, it's what you know for sure That just ain't so. I mean, it might be, well, a good description of times in many ways. So here you have another example. This is from 1928. This is the New York Times that you will see. And, you know, you can't read this very small print, but you can see the top. It's sort of the prevalence of unemployment greatly increased with greatly increased industrial output points to the influence of labor-saving devices as an underlying cause of idle hand. So this is 1928, just on the eve of the Great Depression. And of course, unemployment that a year later went up, but not because of technological change, but because of other things. And then, you know, 12 years after this article, you see another new, and it brings back the story. Does machine displace man in the long run? And so you can just see a kind of a robot sitting there, mechanical improvement. And, you know, and there's no, I don't know if there's any serious economist who believe that the Great Depression was caused by technological change by itself, but people were still concerned about it. And so here you have, we will go ahead, you know, another 25 years, and there's a very famous letter written by a whole bunch of intellectuals, including some well-known economists such as Gunnar Myrdal, of course, the Nobel Prize winner, and Robert Heilbronner, as well as Linus Pauling, one of the few people who actually won two Nobel Prizes. And they wrote this letter to President Johnson in 1964, worried about what they call at the time the cybernation revolution. I think we still know what that is, although we wouldn't use that term, and that this would lead to increasing levels of unemployment. So here you see a copy of the letters and what the so-called triple revolution was. I'm not going to get into that, but the concern is still alive. Now, you know, the odd thing is it didn't happen. The US economy didn't collapse. Evidence that the streets were filled with millions of desperate, unemployable ex-farmers and ex-factory workers. And you know, basically, economists know why. The first is the growth of the service sector and the emergence of a whole bunch of new occupations and tasks that didn't exist, but that were made possible by technology. And secondly, I think it's also true that the productivity growth that's supposed to make workers redundant was relentless, but it was relatively slow and gradual, you know, a few percentage points a year. So labor markets, excuse me, had time to adjust. And so agriculture declined, elevator operators were made redundant, but because it didn't all happen in one day, these people found alternative employment by and large. But the fear hasn't disappeared. There's still a lot of people who feel that a great concern about the future. And there's sort of two things that are happening here, which are not entirely consistent, okay? One is that jobs today are much worse than in the past. You know, there's a book by an anthropologist called David Graeber, who actually is actually called Bullshit Jobs. And then the concern is even those jobs disappear in the future, and that will be even worse. So that's almost like the famous joke about two Jews complaining in some hotel, you know, that, hey, the food is really terrible here, and secondly, the portions are really small. You know, I mean, I think there is no basis for this, but the truth of is, ladies and gentlemen, is that in these days, especially in the United States, I must say, it doesn't sound so astonishing that so many people believe something that ain't so. But, and here comes the big but, okay? Is this time different? I mean, is it possible that guys like me who study history are basically going to be refuted because the future ain't going to be like the past? No, Robert Skidelsky, you know, famously warned us in 2013 that, you know, if we keep going like this, we will run out of jobs. And so we know what the technological waves of the future look like. I mean, it's not just that, but that's the most sort of salient phenomenon, and we're talking about some kind of combination of machine learning and artificial intelligence and robotics and what we're doing now, which is sort of telepresence or virtual contact, and that a lot of people will just basically lose their jobs and that they would become these sort of unemployable drones that dystopian novels worry about. And so let me just do a little bit of analysis here. So these are actually two separate questions. The first is, does technological progress cause a long-term decline in the demand for labor? And if so, at what scale? Is this at the level of an industry or a sector or the entire economy? And will the system eventually adjust to full employment, possibly with lower wages? And the second thing, which is in the short and medium run, is that even if in the long run, the demand for labor is unchanged, so that everybody who wants a job will get a job, maybe in the short and medium run, we'd still get a lot of frictional unemployment because there are mismatches. So people have certain skills, but the new technology demands different skills. And if the skills don't match, there will not be a job, and you'd still get unemployment, even so employers don't seem to be able to find the workers they need. So here are basically two things to think about without getting into any of the sort of weeds here. The first is that it's not clear that these so-called smart machines or robots actually are substitutes for labor, so that they replace workers, or that they are complements in the sort of standard sense that economists mean, which is that they make labor more productive. And if they make labor more productive, they may actually increase the demand for labor, which depend on a bunch of elasticities I'm not going to bore you with. But the other thing is that I think is often overlooked, except by my friends at MIT, which is that wholly new sources of labor demand are being created elsewhere by technological innovation. So, the system creates jobs that nobody ever dreamed about before. And we all know what's causing these, environmental and public health shocks. Let me say no more because you all know what I'm talking about. But also rising incomes and changing demography, which I'll say something about in a second. Okay. What we know.
Hi.
Yes.
Here.
Hello, Ro.
Hi. How are you?
Good.
Okay. I just want to do a bit of a check to check if Zainab can hear us as well. Zainab, can you hear us well? Okay, we're struggling to hear you a little bit. Joel.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can. Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Excellent.
Joel, my apologies for interrupting you. I know that as a professor of history and as a professor of economics, you have so much wisdom to share, but we have limited time, unfortunately. So if you don't mind, if I may ask you a question. You were talking about the Luddites and you say, is the future going to be a little bit the same as the past? And I do wonder, the world feels a little bit like it is on a knife's edge. We have had the Arab Spring in the north of Africa. We have had fears must fall in the south of Africa, where people are concerned, especially young people, around job security. Are you at all worried now around the disillusionment that we see amongst our young people? Joel, that's for you a question.
Well, as I said, there is a great deal of concern and fear, not just among young people, so it's particularly marked, but it's also among older people who are afraid of being replaced by machines or for some other reason losing their jobs. And of course, the older you are, the harder it is to be retrained, as I full well know now. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, and if the new technology is going to demand different skills, then that's a concern for everybody, not just for younger people. I would say this. Stiglitz mentioned this, and this I think is really critical. It is true, of course, that in many places of the world, particularly in Africa, there's a great deal of concern among younger people about not being able to find jobs. And there's certainly a particular, I think, among university graduates, as it turns out. But we have to keep in mind that the demographic transition means that relative to the population, the proportion of younger people is declining everywhere in the world, except as Joe said, in Africa, which has been slow to undergo a demographic transition. But if you look at Europe, and now at the United States as well, and soon and certainly at China and in Korea and in Japan. Birth rates have been low for a long time, and the number of younger people relative to the population is declining. It may well be that it's not so much that they can find jobs. We can't find enough of them to man the jobs that are already there. That will require, of course, wiser management than we've had so far. But I think you can see this happening already in Europe. And, you know, the great irony of our time is not that these people can't find jobs. The great irony of our time, and the one that I really get angry about, is that these are people particularly in Africa but also in South Asia, who need jobs. In the industrialized world, we need these people to come and fill those jobs because we don't have enough young people. So the obvious solution that the economists would say is have these people migrate. But then you start running into the tribalism and the racism and the sort of anti-immigrant sentiments that you start seeing all over the industrialized world. And you realize that this is going to be politically and socially a sort of obvious solution that an economist would think of, may be very difficult to achieve. And that's what's causing me to stay awake at night.
Okay, yeah. It keeps me awake at night as well, Joel. Zainab, early hours of the morning for you. I wonder, just turning to Africa, what do you think are the opportunities and the risks that these new technologies present us?
Well, thank you for having me here, Rose. So I see at least two sets of opportunities and risks for African countries in terms of what these new technologies pose to them. The first set of opportunities and risks operates through the mechanism of, I would say, FDI flows to manufacturing industries in African countries. So here there is an opportunity available to Africa to capture manufacturing, foreign direct investment due to rising wages in East Asia, especially China, as it becomes upper middle income. Now, I think it was December last year or early this year, China crossed the threshold to become upper middle income. You know, it has a per capita income now of $10,000. So, you know, there's an opportunity there for African countries to capture that manufacturing FDI. And this is because also manufacturing constitutes just around 8% of total employment in Africa on average, and around 10% of value added. And already we're seeing some countries are paving the way. For example, Ethiopia, which has around 13 industrial parks, including Bole, Lemi, Hawassa, and Mekele, which all house manufacturing firms that produce apparel for exports to Europe and North America. But the Ethiopia situation is really not widespread. So there's an opportunity there, but it is narrowing. Now, the risk here is really not that digital technologies could have worker displacing disruptions in Africa, as we are seeing in other parts of the world, because the sectors that are susceptible to this kind of worker displacing disruption are very, very small. You know, again, manufacturing is just around 10% of value added in many African countries. So the risk, however, is that technology could combine with certain geopolitical impulses. For example, the need to secure critical supply chains, as we've seen during this pandemic. You know, these are discussions that are animating public discourse in Europe, in North America, and other parts of the world. So this kind of combination of new technologies and also geopolitical concerns could result in reshoring of manufacturing production to the home countries of investors, rather than having this FDI move to low wage jurisdictions as you have in other parts of in parts of Africa. Meaning that in these countries, in the home countries of investors, they could actually have widespread adoption of robotics and automation to offset the higher wages in these countries. So that's one set of risks and opportunities. Another set to quickly mention is that within the African continent, technology adoption, including digital technologies, could actually increase productivity of workers and firms. Now, rising productivity is very important because it could allow firms to expand and create productive jobs. And for the informal sector in particular, they could become more formal as they become more productive. Now, you have to remember that within the African continent, informality is such a huge factor, right? It is prevalent across most African countries. It constitutes up to 40% of GDP in some countries and absorbs around 80% of workers, mostly in agriculture. And I'll give you an example with Nigeria, which is Africa's largest economy, where there are 41.5 million micro, small, and medium scale enterprises. And of these, 80% of them are informal, and 99% of these 41.5 million micro, small, and medium scale enterprises are micro enterprises, which employ less than 10 people per firm. And collectively, these micro, small, and medium scale enterprises in Nigeria account for more than 70% of total employment. So technology adoption in this context can help increase productivity of the firms, but also of the workers, to the extent that it allows them to increase their capabilities. These capabilities could be managerial and accounting skills or streamlining business processes and things like that. But the risk is also in this context, technology adoption, if it ends up exacerbating a kind of divide, it could actually entrench incumbents, especially the medium and large enterprises, to the detriment of micro enterprises. And actually, there's a study that shows us that this might be happening in some countries like Ethiopia and Tanzania. So very quickly to conclude, I want to mention that technology can help, but it is not the only solution to the productivity challenge in African countries. As when you look at most enterprise surveys, they show that the top 3 concerns for micro, small, and medium scale enterprises in Africa tend to be threefold. It's electricity access, reliable electricity access. It's access to credit and finance. And then it's something along the lines of corruption or predatory taxes. So technology can help, but it is not the only solution.
Thank you, Zainab. I have to draw this conversation to a close. We can, of course, convert the digital divide into a digital dividend, but only if we combine the intelligence of machines with the ingenuity of human beings. It's Picasso that said machines are actually quite stupid. They only have answers. It's human beings that must ask the better questions. Technology can help, but we must lead the way. Joel, Zainab, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zainab. Thank you, Rose and Joel, for that incredibly insightful conversation. So after so much thoughtfulness, it's good to refresh the mind a bit. So now we change direction with a performance from UP Ovua Cultural Ensemble, and the performance is entitled, "The Lord's Love is Wide and Deep-Rooted."
Greetings from the Future Africa Campus and Institute at the University of Pretoria, South Africa. We are UP Ovua. Enjoy your time with us.
Thank you so much to Ovua Choir. That was a fantastic and beautiful performance. So now we come to our third theme, which focuses on the social and environmental impact of work. To start with, we have an interview with Nobel Peace Prize laureate Muhammad Yunus, who you of course heard from at the beginning and the start of the program. So now he speaks at greater length to Adam Smith.
Professor Yunus, welcome to our dialogue at the University of Pretoria.
Thank you for inviting me.
So if we take the theme of social impact, it's been your life's work, both at the individual level, empowering people through microfinance, and also at the wider societal level, as you've initiated social businesses. If we start at the individual level, what is it, do you think, that is so special about giving people the opportunity to work?
Well, let me first talk about the social impact part that you started out with. Everything you do has a social impact. So this is nothing new. So what you really mean by social impact is social positive impact, because there are a lot of social negative impact. So that has to be distinguished when we say social impact. And then I want to say that each action may have both impact, some negative impact, some positive impact. So we have to say, what is the overwhelming part of it? Overwhelming part of it is a negative impact, and a small part of it social impact. And you just focus on the social positive part and say, hey, it's doing social impact. I will not accept that. So simple word social impact doesn't mean anything to me until you have clarified which part of the impact you're talking about. Is it a minuscule part of it as a social positive impact, or it's a measured part of it? Your desperate attempt to have it measured part of it as a positive impact, and you're desperately trying to control the negative impact. That's not what we see, what happens in the world. In the name of social impact, they go on mercilessly making negative impact. So that's why I'm very suspicious of that, the social impact part of it. And the work, yes, work is very important for life, for everybody. And again, work has to be defined. What is the work for? Work has to be something which is a prerogative of each individual. It's not something imposed by somebody else. And I made the point about the slavery and the work. It's a work. And I can extend it by saying that even a job is, I would say, is a refined version of a slavery. It's because you take orders from somebody else. It's not something that you enjoy. You do it for your survival. Mostly job is done by quote unquote survival. Some survival level is very low level survival, some at the mid-level survival, high level survival, and something like that. But you do it because that's what your life is all about. You want to make a living out of it. Somebody pays for it, and you accept that obedience that you have to pay to the person who has employed you. So that is not the work that I have in mind. Work is something naturally to human being. It's not by orders. It's not by force. It's because I enjoyed. This is my way of living a life. So this is the work that I would focus on, not the work as a whole, because I don't accept all the varieties of work that we have in front of us.
And certainly that's an ideal situation and one to be very much hoped for. But I suppose some might argue that the difference between unemployment and having work, even if it's work that other people are telling you to do and you don't much want to do it, is still important, that it brings us, that even that sort of work can bring a sense of dignity where unemployment removes that dignity. Or would you disagree?
Sure, it's true. It's true. You can extend that argument. You say slavery also gives you protection. It gives you to eat. Otherwise, you'll be dead. You'll hunger. So you accept it. So that logic doesn't go very far. You have to define what this work is all about. It's not about taking obligatory submission to somebody else. So real human being to me, the reason I'm telling all this, the real human being to me is an independent being. It's a free being. And he or she is not working under somebody else. That's very important for me. I said, ever since we are born in this planet, we were hunters and gatherers. We are not job seekers. And that we have done for thousands of years. So being independent is in our deep inside of our DNA. It's in our gene. Job came much later, when we settled down, when we had farming, when somebody had more land and I don't have anything, so he pushed me into doing things for him. Then that question of relationship between you have more and I have less thing came. Until then, there was no such a thing. So it's an artificial creation. Job is an artificial creation. Natural human being is an entrepreneur. So I said, it's all the thing that we raise in the work and all the things we're saying is because of the wrong education. In our school system, you're now in the university campus. I talk about my university campus where I used to teach. Same thing. We are teaching people or even young people in every single subject with one intention. So that by the time you finish your school, you get your diploma, you get a piece of paper, you are a job-ready person. See, intention is to make you job-ready. And in education institutions pride themselves that we are creating job-ready young people. I said, that's a shame. Why should we make slaves out of our young people? Why don't you say we are creating life-ready young people? Life is very different from job. So I want to be an entrepreneur. You are not giving me a scope. You say, no, you have to have a job. So you give all the young people an opportunity to decide whether they want to be a job seeker or into an entrepreneur, and give all the facilities so that if I want to be an entrepreneur, and that's what I want to enjoy, and this is the path that I follow. And all the things will follow after that, because that thing will naturally bring you to the financial system immediately. Because finance is the oxygen for entrepreneurship. So schools where we're teaching young people to become entrepreneur, they should also have facilities waiting for them, telling the young people that as soon as you come with a business idea, here we are waiting for you to finance you. Finance is not your problem. Finance is our problem. We want to make sure that should not stop you from being an entrepreneur. We become job seeker today because financial system doesn't come anywhere near the young people. They will just throw them out from their offices and wherever they are, because who are you to ask for the money? So the whole financial system is aimed at the people who already have lots of money. So the system is built in a wrong way. That's why we have to go and work for those people who got the money from the banks, and now they are hiring us to work for them. If I had access to the finance, I would not be working for them. So as I said, all human beings are entrepreneurs. I said job is absolutely the wrong creation. Job has destroyed us. Job, what is done, since you don't have anything else except job, because that's what the economic system says. So we became some kind of mercenaries. We train our young people to become mercenaries, to work for those people in the 99% wealth, those who possess. We work for them. So we collect wealth for them and pass it on to them. They give us a little money so that we can feel happy. We have a retirement benefit, we have promotions and all that. So that's the wrong system. So if we had become entrepreneurs, which we are, except for wrong teaching in our head, drilling into our head that you have to go and work for somebody, If we become entrepreneurs, then we pick our own wealth and we don't work for them. If we don't work for them, they cannot become super rich. They become super rich because we work for them.
In some ways, you must find it ironic that people talk all the time about the replacement of people's jobs by technology, when the way you define most people's jobs, they are simply machines themselves.
That's right. That's what I'm saying about the unemployment. I said massive unemployment is waiting for us because of the artificial intelligence. When artificial intelligence is an exponential growth, we are in the very low end of it, but soon it will become exponential. And we'll be all out of our job. You will be out of your job, I'll be out of my job, because there'll be better artificial intelligence interviewing me. There'll be better guy who will be answering that question.
No, I think you'll last longer than me, but there we go.
Whichever profession you are in. My point is, whichever profession we are in, artificial intelligence will do better than what we do. Whether we are artists, whether it's the poet, whether we're singers, they will do a better job. So human beings will become a surplus, excess animals on this planet. And planet doesn't accept anything in excess. They had a mechanism to get rid of it. So we'll be gotten rid of it because we'll become the garbage of this planet. We have no role, we have no purpose, nothing. So I said, before machines do that, we have to ask ourselves, is this what we want? Is this a technology that we want to replace all of us? Or we take it as a curse? Technology can be a curse, technology can be a blessing. But this artificial technology, which replaces me all along, across the board, is a curse. And we must find a way to stop that, because it's our own creation. We have done that. So why don't you stop creating it? If we understand that clearly, that this is, which is coming, will completely destroy us from this planet. We'll be over, finished.
And that question you ask is so important. Is that what we want? Is this what we want? We seldom stop to ask ourselves whether we are actually doing what we want as humanity, I guess.
Right, it's true, exactly. Because we are mesmerized. We are addicted to money, because that's what we have been trained in our schools. That's what our teachers told us. This is the world life is. Your success is make money. Nothing else matters. So we are addicted people. Addicted people has no judgment. So they will destroy ourselves because we are addicted. So we have to regain ourselves as a human being, not money-making machines. That's the difference we have to make. When we become a human being, we'll start looking at, we have our own eyes, we can see things, we decide what is the purpose of our life. That's a question naturally come to us. Once we explore what is the purpose of our life, everything will fall in place. The purpose is what matters, not how much money you make, what you do. That's immaterial completely. Once we define the purpose of our life. And that's what the education system should be geared to encourage and facilitate the young people to find the purpose of their life. And then accordingly, whatever the purpose is, they should be given all kinds of knowledge so that they can fulfill and they can achieve the purpose of their life.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you, Mohammed, for an incredibly thought-provoking conversation right there, especially the part about, as human beings, we focus on being money-making machines instead of focusing on purpose. So that's incredibly thought-provoking. So thank you for that. So our final discussion of the morning addresses the impact of work on society. For this, we are delighted to bring together three panelists. 2019 laureate in economic sciences, who is Abhijit Banerjee, and also we have the former CEO of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, Nikki Newton-King, and Shami Suryanarayan, who is Chief Impact Officer at Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator in Kenya. Their discussion will be moderated by Silla Myberg, who is Director of Enrollment and Student Administration at the University of Pretoria. So Silla, we look forward to the discussion.
Hi everyone, I'm very happy to be here today and to moderate the session with you. Welcome Nikki, welcome Shami, and welcome Abhijit. The interview you've just seen with Muhammad Yunus has set the tone for our discussion today, and he talks now about life readiness versus job readiness. and that the future of work is not necessarily this finding a job seeking in the employment ecosystem, but rather entrepreneurial spirit or looking for opportunities to create work. It might be controversial to say that the future of work is not job seeking, but it's only controversial because we're uncomfortable about it. We don't talk about it, and we, especially in a country of such high unemployment rates. I was wondering if we could talk about actions that might lead us to this future world of work where it's about meaning and about purpose and about changing the world. And in that light, I'd like to ask you, Nikki, what would you change in our current world to lead to this future world of work?
Yeah, Cecilia, thanks very much. You know, as challenging as Mohammed's perspectives are, I think it's completely consonant with what we're hearing from the youth. In fact, even the youngsters that were interviewed earlier on today, but also this whole question of purpose-driven employment and the drive in business schools and others, and even in our own business, for management to talk about things that are beyond just the bottom line. So, I mean, I think that the first thing we need to change is what we think about our work as work. I mean, I think we tend to somewhere else to be paid for to do. And in fact, if anything, one of the things that is coming out of the pandemic time is how much insight we have into our colleagues, other things they do. It's not just what they're doing for us in the workplace, but they're looking after their families, they're close to their parents, etc., etc., etc. And I think we're suddenly appreciating with far more focus the reality that there is much more that we do that is important to us as individuals. And I was saying earlier, you know, the youth get it. They talk about purpose, etc. They want to have acknowledged the fact that there is more to them than just what they get paid for. And I think that the benefit of that is, as employers, we may start to think a little bit more in a nuanced basis about what we expect, and it isn't just the biggest salary and the most billable hours, but also that we will start a society to value those things that we don't see, caregiving at home, the housekeeping, all of these things that are part and parcel of work. And as soon as we care for them and value them properly, I think we will start to regard that as decent work and want to remunerate it as decent work. And by that, I think we also start to change who we think about as part of our employed workforce and people adding value to the economy.
Thank you, Nikki. I think that's a very important contribution, this whole movement towards really making a difference. And it's a sphere. It happens and it starts escalating and it moves out, and we all eventually contribute to changing the world. I'd like to ask you, Abhijit, what would you stop if you could have an action that you would stop leading to the future world of work? What would you stop?
I must say I mostly disagree with Mr. Yunus. I think he has it backwards. I think that what we should really stop is this, well, many things, but one of the things that I think we have to remember that people do have meaning. We need jobs that are not necessarily going to be remunerative on their own. I think this will require an entire rethinking of the financing of jobs. So one thing I want to break the link between how much you get paid and what you're producing. I think that's critical, because I think the market's valuation of the things that might be actually most valuable to society are often wrong. And I think thinking in a frame of entrepreneurship and marketing your services seems to me to be the wrong way to think about it. I think we need to bring the state back into this conversation in ways that we haven't, for many years, we're so shied away from thinking about the role the state can play. Now, so my sense is that I think there are lots of, around that, I think there's a whole culture of what is valuable and what is not, what is cool and what is not. And I think when you go from having worked for many, many years with small-scale entrepreneurs, I would say that it's not a job they love. You ask them what they would want, they want a job. They actually don't want to be entrepreneurs. In fact, 85% in our survey say we don't want to be entrepreneurs. And in fact, 0% say actually they want to be entrepreneurs. But that, let me not get bogged down in that. But it's I think what people are looking for is sort of what the vision we project is entrepreneurship, exciting, but in fact what they see as entrepreneurship is I'm selling candy on the public transportation, and that's not exciting. And I think what we need to do is create a better sense of what is valuable in those activities, and rather than I did something and I made some money. I think we need, if we don't break that link between making money and people's reaction to you and people's reactions to themselves, I think we're never going to get past this point. I think the number of meaningful jobs that will be paid through market sales is dwindling and will continue to dwindle.
Thank you, Abhijit. That's a very interesting. I'm happy you didn't say you should stop me, and that you had a proper answer instead of. Shami, I'd like to ask you, what would you create if you had this opportunity to create something that would change also the future world of work for us?
Thank you, Sila. Look, I have to say that my position sort of between Mohammed and Abhijit, I think. So I think there's definitely room for entrepreneurship, and we have on the African continent for sure, not enough formal sector jobs that are going to be generated in the next few years to accommodate the 12 to 15 million young people that are going to enter the labor market. On the flip side, Abhijit's absolutely right. The state has to be involved, and I don't think markets alone are going to solve this issue. I think that the real solution is about linking people to opportunities. What's missing, young people are working every single day. They are, it's very expensive to be a poor young work seeker, no doubt. What we're missing right now is line of sight to opportunities, linkages to opportunities, and valuing what young people do on a daily basis, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's volunteer work, whether it's care work, like Nikki also mentioned. What I do think is critical is not to think of skilling as a long, lengthy process in a series of qualifications that are hard, but rather let skilling be the shortest, cheapest, fastest route to work. And Abhijit's absolutely right. I think it's everyone does want an aspiration for a formal sector job. But in the absence of that, let's dignify the side hustle. Let's make our institutions value entrepreneurship as well. So what I would create is a system of linkages that allows young people's work to be seen, that young people can actually see opportunities themselves. And rather than locking people out of opportunities, which I think every single system is designed to, our education system, our skill systems, our job systems, our sorting systems, they are designed to give us a list of 1 through 20 rather than telling us these are the capabilities that young people possess to bring to the marketplace or to bring to society. Let's value the full potential and create an inclusive pathway management system that we, for example, at Harambee have done in partnership with the government. And I think that's where I completely agree with Abhijit that states have to be central in the solution of this triple failure between markets, states, and the private sector. So what I would create is a system of linkages such that young people that are typically left on the margins of society, who do so much work that are not recognized on a daily basis, that can have line of sight to opportunities and can link to opportunities to actually increase their income going forward.
Thank you very much, Shami. That's also very valuable for us, especially having all these young unemployed youth in South Africa, the needs, not employed or in education and training. I think what it all boils down to is this thing about how we define work, because all of you in a way has touched on that. What is work? Whether it's then how we see it, how we link it, or it's not necessarily entrepreneurial, It's how we're going to look at the future of work depends really on how we're going to define it. And that is the difficult question to really answer. I would like to ask each of you if you have a final comment, because unfortunately we just don't have time to talk about this the whole day, but I think you have so much to add. So I'll ask you, Abhijit, would you like to have something in closing?
That we continue to have a little longer conversations about these things. I think these issues are so central to the future, not just of our young people, but of the world, that if we shouldn't have 15-minute conversations about them.
That's maybe what we should have stopped, right? To say not 15 minutes, but an hour. Nikki?
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. We haven't talked about crowding in diverse views. We haven't talked about how, when we can actually, if you talk about the social impact of work and future, I think there's a big role for leaders at not just business, not just the state, but generally to think beyond just their normal group and to broaden that thinking, because I think if we do that, we will really have a better chance to solve the big problems of the future. And I think there's something there also that sets a different qualitative aspect to the work that people then do get involved in if they're working with people from very diverse backgrounds, countries, etc.
And with technology, it's possible. For the first time ever, we can really access so many things that we couldn't have done before, like us having this conversation today. It's really possible. Shami?
So, if I were to say one thing to close, I think that young people across the world, especially in Africa, are working incredibly hard. I don't think we've, at Harambee met a single young poor work seeker that isn't working hard. So, my request, I think, is let's change the system to value, to recognize the work that is being done, whether it's care work by a young person at home or volunteer or the hustle. And let's make that valuable to the marketplace so that they can gain income security in their future.
Thank you very much. I really appreciated your time and insights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silla, and thank you, Abhijit and Sharmi and Nikki, for that great conversation. I specifically really loved the idea of creating linkages to opportunities for the youth and also dignifying the side hustle. That's fantastic. Thank you so much to the panel for that fantastic conversation. So now, it is your turn to speak. I think this is one of my favorite parts of the program. The dialogue now divides into 3 35-minute breakout sessions that are devoted entirely to your questions for the panelists. The 3 breakout tracks will follow the 3 themes of the morning, which again are learning, employment, and impact. You will find the tracks tab either on the right-hand side or below your live video player window. And so you'll just basically go there and choose which theme and which panelists you want to stay with and engage with us. I hope you enjoy it and see you back here after the breakouts at 13:15 Pretoria time.
carbon neutral positions faster than they were intending to. So you see it much more interestingly, you see it very heavily in big environmental users, the likes of
Hello? Jacob? Sorry, Jacob? I'm on vMix, is that right? I should turn off the vMix on computer one. Done. Yes? So, I should turn off the
Welcome back, and thank you for all of your wonderful questions in the 3 breakout tracks. I hope you all had a fantastic time in those 3 sessions. Now, unfortunately, we did have some technical issues in track 1, so we do apologize for that. There were certain parts that, the viewers weren't able to see, so we do apologize for that. But we thought a good way of starting this final session of the meeting would be to get a glimpse of what happened in each track, especially considering that we weren't able to watch all 3 at once. So for that purpose, we had 3 rapporteurs, 1 in each track, ready to give us some feedback. So in the employment track, we have Leboneng Kumeleni, who you of course met in an earlier session. And we also have Alex Antonites, who is professor and head of the Department of Business Management at the University of Pretoria. In track 1 on learning, we have Zozo Diani Mango, who is professor in the Faculty of Law at the University of Pretoria. So I think let's get started with your thoughts, Zozo. Can you please give us some feedback on track 1?
Thank you so much. So there were so many questions, great questions and great responses. What I particularly liked was the last one. I enjoyed all of them, but the last one on what advice to give to students who are moving from high school to the university. The fact that Brian said he would prefer a minimalist approach was interesting to me, that they should know mathematics, they should know English, to be able to read and write, and the ability to comprehend. Because I've seen that most of us, especially in law, we struggle with students who are unable to comprehend English, who are unable to communicate. So this is a very good advice. And also to do something that they enjoy themselves, not for us as parents to tell them what they need to do. They must have a passion about that. And the other interesting questions that I liked was about online teaching, whether it is here to stay after this pandemic. And the response was that yes, it is. And we can see it at UP. We are talking about hybrid learning. And the responses was that education, or the way we teach, is never going to be the same again. We are going to have this online teaching, but what is important is that we still keep the face-to-face teaching, because it is also important. So we will be having the hybrid learning. And also the fact that students need to come back to campus. We have first-year students who have never been to campus. I, for myself, I have a son who started this year and he has never been to campus. And they really need that interaction with other students. They need to network. But what is also important is that the education, the way we teach, is going to be different, because now we are no longer going to go to class and take a textbook and teach students. Students will have access to every aspect of learning material. So we need to be creative. We need to keep students interested in what we are teaching them. Otherwise, they're just going to leave the classroom and prefer to stay online and teach. And some of us who like face-to-face teaching are going to miss out. So we really need to come up with creative ways. And I know that there are some colleagues here at UP who are already doing the creative aspect of teaching, whether online or whether we're teaching face-to-face. So that we need to look at. I think what's the other question that I liked? Or the other one was about what is the responsibility of the learning institutions when it comes to students who are unable to have access to these devices that they need, who do not have data. And I like the answers from our panelists, because they said that in their universities, they made sure that there's some access. And I know that even in our universities in South Africa at UP, we give access to data to those students who are able to buy data for themselves. So that's those are the things that I found interesting when I was listening to our panelists.
Thank you so much, Zozo. Thank you. I can't imagine being a first-year student and having never come to campus. That must be quite stressful. But thank you for those thoughts. And Alex, I know you also have a lot of interesting feedback on track 2 on employment. What would you say were some of the highlights?
Thank you, Oli. I must say, to provide feedback from our discussion on the topic of the future of employment is rather difficult as we gain an array of new insights from our panelists. It was very interesting and insightful. One of the questions we explored embraces the whole issue of what is the changing role of the construct, the job. And the days of long-term employment at one employer in the same physical space is rapidly replaced by the freedom to work remotely, and consequently frequent turnaround in jobs will happen soon. So coupled with that, we also mentioned and discussed the entrepreneurial mindset, which is becoming critical even in the workplace. So self-employment, quite a discussion there. Also technology facilitated this key change in a very short time frame. We also considered the role of age and jobs becoming obsolete through technological advances. Hence the mention that unlearning and upskilling should be continuously part of career planning, even close to retirement as well. We also discussed the future of employment in the big digital divide in South Africa specifically, reference to poverty, high levels of poverty and unemployment. And the key question here was, how do we upskill the unemployed? And the consensus from all our panelists was that this topic is asking for an improvement and significant investment in physical education infrastructure. In essence, to enhance class attendance rates. The imbalance in investment should be rectified, this imbalance, and one of the panelists mentioned China, and a very good example there. In Shanghai, for instance, they've established more than 100 universities in a very short time frame, furthering education and enabling students to learn and further their education. Lastly, the very exciting topic on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial skills seem to serve as core drivers in future employment and self-employment. At University of Pretoria, we drive that strongly. We all agreed that we should create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs to flourish in our country and in our continent. And this was beautifully compared to how music got enabled in Vienna in the early 1700s. And in essence, that's what we discussed. Big emphasis on technology, how that is changing our workplace and the world of work and the future skills involved in that. And the main message that I take from this session is upskilling, unlearning, relearning should be a continuous process.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. That was very insightful. Lebone, we're almost out of time, so I'm just going to give you 30 seconds just to quickly tell me what were your main reflections from track 3.
Great. I mean, in track 3, we had the former JSE, CEO, Nikki Newton-King, as well as Sharma from Harambee, which is a youth employment organization. And, you know, I think the thread that's coming through in all the discussions within the different tracks is that there is a need for skilling and learning, and how we enable access opportunities, particularly for youth, in understanding how they, for example, create impactful work. I liked what Sharma said when she said, the reality is impactful work exists around us. We just need to be able to value it. And by valuing it, we then will understand how the youth will survive and thrive in different in different cycles of businesses or even the economy. And I know we're out of time. I just found it so fascinating that the questions from our audience range from 15-year-olds to even fund managers who are asking a question to the end of saying, how do we reset and infuse work with dignity and purpose, such that it is so meaningful and youth don't have to see the capitalistic stock market valuation as heroes. So what then Nikki brought in as to summarize the discussions in our track is that the agenda is available and it's there to integrate the social and environmental impact. But most importantly, we need to be careful not to hire people because they are different and fire them because they did not fit in. So essentially, let's embrace diversity and bring in impactful work.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lebonne, Alex, and Zozo. That was fantastic. I'm glad to see that we even have 15-year-olds that are interacting. That's really, really good. So that was so much to digest. I think it's time for a little breather. So let's listen to another choir. This time, I am pleased to introduce the University of Pretoria's Camerata performing Elijah Rock, which is an American traditional spiritual.
Holy Elijah, holy Elijah, oh Elijah rock, Elijah, oh 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 Elijah. Come on, sister, help me to pray. Tell me, my Lord, that is way. Elijah, Satan ain't nothing but a snake in the grass. He's a prophet, he's a liar. Hallelujah, Lord. Elijah rock, 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 shout, shout, Elijah rock, calling out the Lord. Elijah rock, shout, shout, Elijah rock, calling out. Elijah rock. If I would, I surely would. Elijah, stand on the rock when Moses stood. Elijah, if I would, I surely would. Elijah, stand on the rock when Moses stood. Elijah rock, 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 hallelujah, 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 Elijah rock,
Thank you, Camerata, for that beautiful, beautiful performance. So now we come to our closing panel discussion. And for this, I pass back to Adam Smith in London to introduce the theme and the panelists.
Thank you very much indeed, Ore. As we heard at the beginning from Tawana Coupe, the University of Pretoria plans to open a centre for the study of the future of work. And there are many such centres around the world, and so the question is, what should this centre in particular focus on? And we thought it would be interesting to devote our last panel to considering that question. So in a minute, we're going to meet our panelists, but first we thought it would be nice to ask some of the young people around campus what they thought would be the most important thing to focus on if one was considering the future of work. And here is what they said.
I think the most important thing to consider when looking at the future of work is how the education system is structured. The education system is not structured in such a way where technology is made emphasis of as it should be, as the future looks more technologically inclined and education systems are still very much paper-based.
We should remember to remain teachable and remain flexible, because if we stop evolving, then we will not be able to keep up with the ever-changing environment of the corporate workforce.
Oxford-educated historian Yuval Noah Harari said that he encourages all of us to question today's narratives and to connect present concerns with past developments. I believe that people should question their leaders and question the world around them. In the future of work, people should look to human connections and leadership, but also look to competence and to ability.
The most important thing for me to consider about the future of work is that there must be equal opportunities for people, and we must create a diverse workforce to enhance our creative thinking skills.
Thank you very much indeed for those thoughtful and insightful comments. So now I hope I'll be able to connect with our panelists for our closing panel. I hope I'll see them on screen around me now. We are going to have with us two Nobel laureates we've met before, Brian Schmidt and Chris Pissarides, also Zainab Usman, who you've already met, and we're joined, I'm pleased to say, by a panelist from South Africa, new to this meeting, Andy Uren, who is Head of Organizational Effectiveness at Nedbank in South Africa. Welcome to you all. So you've heard me introduce the question that we're going to be talking about, which is what should the new Centre for the Study of the Future of Work at the University of Pretoria focus on? I also recorded a couple of comments from laureates who couldn't join us live today, Joe Stiglitz and Mohammed Yunus, and I thought we might begin, while you're thinking of your answers, with the comment from Joe Stiglitz. So this is what he thought the Centre should focus on.
One, I would say I will encourage them when they create that center. They will have the students and researchers to have fictionalized world of future, a fiction, imagination. What kind of world we would love to have. Forget about what we have. That's immaterial. What we love to have. Because if you have the imagination, someday it will happen. If you don't imagine, it will never happen. So don't start with the A, B, C, D and all these formulas and so on, and equilibriums and all kinds of things, which will lead you simply doing the thing which we have been doing again and again and again. Just take one more step. That's not future. Future is a sharp difference. We move away from what we are, we go the other kind of thing. And to make it concrete, I would say, the way I explain to myself, I would like to create a world of 3 zeros. The zeros that I talk about. 0 net carbon emission, 0 wealth concentration, 0 unemployment. That's my future. So once I know my future, I create all my imaginary ways to achieve it. All the existing things, all the imaginary things, what will make me get there? And that's how we got to the moon. We didn't know anything how to get to the moon. We imagined it. And now we are imagining that we are going to the Mars, we'll have a settlement there and so on. Imagination. We make movies, we get science fictions. Unfortunately, we love science fiction. We love that. But unfortunately, we never encourage social fictions, which I think is very important. So we have to create lots of social fictions. If that the center is created, I think they should specialize in creating social fictions.
Thank you very much indeed. And I suppose we should always be prepared for the unexpected, especially these days. So there we had Mohammed Yunus rather than Joe Stiglitz, but with a lovely, bold vision of what we should look at and create social fictions. Mind expanding indeed. So Brian, let me come to you first. What do you think the centre should focus on?
Well, after Muhammad Yunus, I feel very much grounded here as the cosmologist. So to my mind, the key of the future of work that I would be studying is how to make it inclusive. And I say inclusive rather than equitable because life is not equitable. We're not all the same. And we really need to include everyone of all sorts of talents, because if we don't, people will be left behind. And clearly, people will be left behind. But I think the system has to leave as few of people behind as possible. It has to make sure that those people who are left behind have a future of something other than discontent. And we have to make sure that intergenerational disadvantage does not flow from people being left behind. So to my mind, that is what I would love to see the Center for the Future of Work to look at.
Thank you very much indeed. Chris, let me come to you next.
Yes.
So, what would you have the Center for the Future of Work focus on?
Sorry about that. I think what it should do in a place like South Africa is, first of all, to make sure that the environment is there to create good jobs for everyone who wants to have them. To go back to what Muhammad Yunus was saying, which of course is laudable. Imagination will not get you anywhere unless you have the environment to create businesses and jobs, and the government gives you enough incentives and not disincentives through barriers. There is an infrastructure in place where you could create and progress and flourish, and there is an educational system that can support these things. In a place like even Britain, but even more so the other Northern European countries that have fully developed systems like that, then I would tell them exactly what Mohammed was saying. Go there and imagine, think outside the box. Be creative and it will come along. But you first have to get rid of the barriers. I know it's boring, and more boring than the previous two speakers, but it's essential. And I'm saying that because like 4 years ago, I established the Center for the Future of Work in London. It has exactly the same title as the one you're proposing for Pretoria, with two other colleagues, one engineer and the other a former lawyer and more into dissemination, but also research on what's a good job, focusing on those aspects. And there is a lot of work to do in, as I realized, in these basic things, like the big problem we have now in Britain and the United States, in fact, is the gig economy. All these online services, they're using workers on 0-hour contracts, on uncertain work. What do you do with that? I mean, it's not as exciting as imagining the next Microsoft software or the next Spotify app or whatever. But there are thousands of people, if not millions, getting these jobs that they basically work on motorbikes. They just go up and down delivering boxes. I've had two today coming in my front door, in fact. Is that a good job? Is that good work? That's the future of work. That's where our digital societies are moving us. So that's what I would do. Go back to basics in Pretoria.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, and your learnings from the setting up the centre at LSE are extraordinarily valuable. So Andy, let me come to you next. You're based in South Africa, listening to Muhammad Yunus, Brian, and Chris. What do you think?
So I think for me, there's the answer to the question twofold. And if I look at first very pragmatically, I would say that the one skill that this new centre should focus on is that of interdisciplinarity. So coming from the private sector and from the workplace, we are seeing an increased need for problem and very complex problem solving ability that more than often spans domains and disciplines. So while there'll always be a need for deep subject matter expertise, you don't want a civil engineer designing a road who's done a series of Udemy courses. I mean, you don't want a doctor diagnosing you who hasn't done the deep work required to get there. But in the general workplace, we are ready for people who can span many disciplines and find solutions to real life problems as they present. So from a pragmatic perspective, interdisciplinarity is key. From a different perspective, I think if you ask me what matters most in terms of the future of work, it would have to be the purpose of work. And to all the students out there, I have this to say to you. Once you hit the workforce, if you look at the amount of time that you spend at work, and then the amount of time you spend talking about work, and then you add the amount of time you spend thinking about work, best you find something that you are passionate about, that you really enjoy, and that doesn't make you feel as if you are a slave that has been described earlier. Take into account the concept of the 100-year life. Gosh, I don't know how many people here can afford to retire at the age of 60 if you have to live to 100 or over. I certainly am not one of them, which means we're going to be in the workplace for a long time. And work is a significant component of search for meaning. So my advice to students is focus on the purpose of work, be inspired, engaged by what you do, and for the center, help students find that passion. I mean, in conclusion, from a societal perspective, the purpose of work, again, is what is going to drive shared economic growth and shared value. It's more and more unpalatable to have any business that doesn't take into account the environment and the context in which it finds itself. So if you look, governments, even children, consumers, employees are all expecting their organizations to be purpose-led. And when they're not, organizations risk losing their social license to operate. So we cannot continue with just profit being the only way forward in terms of making money. So I would really advise the Future of Work Centre in Pretoria to focus on what is the purpose of work in this shared economic growth for all, and helping our students to connect with their purpose in terms of a very long ahead of them.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy. So Zainab, it's interesting. I mean, the conversation is revealing the complexity of what one's talking about. You've got very different groups of people. You've got those who can make life choices about finding work about which they are passionate and which is fulfilling and which, you know, give a meaning to life. And there are those who are struggling to make ends meet and doing whatever job they can find and finding barriers to getting those jobs that were mentioned by Chris. What a complex problem it is. But so if you had to tell the folks in Pretoria what they should focus on, Zainab, what would you say?
So what I would say is that they might probably want to focus on coordination. So coordination in two ways. The first would be for the center to be able to coordinate various stakeholders who are instrumental to the creation of quality jobs in Africa, also, I guess, globally. So these stakeholders are governments, their industry, and then there are also ordinary citizens. So starting with governments, it would be important to have a center that is able to think through or allow governments to understand what are the constraints that industry face. Because oftentimes you find that there's a bit of disconnect there. And then for industry, for the private sector, it would be important for them to understand what are the priorities of governments. And then for citizens, ordinary citizens, then they also, so ordinary citizens here referring to students, referring to young people, it would be important for them to understand the landscape that they have to navigate because this is constantly changing. So a center like the one that is being set up can play that role among stakeholders to coordinate them. Another coordination role would be around policy. So again, you find that there's in quite a number of countries, there's a lot of disconnect. There's a lot of policy fragmentation. It would be important to be able to coordinate trade policies, investment policies, social policies, education policies, and industrial policies. And I give you an example with education in particular. Of course, this has also been the subject of the discussions we've had today, that with education, in many cases, we need to overhaul education systems to align with, the way labor markets are and are changing and the needs and demands of industry. So a center that is able to facilitate that coordination of different kinds of policies, I think would be very, very useful and helpful to help people navigate the future of work.
Thank you very much indeed. So we've had already 5 visions of what this should focus on, which is lovely. I want to throw in a 6th. I'd like to have this comment from Joe Stiglitz that we recorded earlier. So if we could just play that and listen to what he says.
Obviously, the nature of work is going to be very particular to the circumstances of the country, the continent. If you were doing a center in the world of work in Silicon Valley, it would obviously be very different than in America's Rust Belt. The challenges they face, the structural transformations they face are markedly different. Africa and South Africa are going to be facing a lot of difficult challenges ahead. Just to give you one example, the economic model that was the model that led to successful growth in East Asia, closing the gap between those countries and the advanced countries so dramatically over the last half century, was based on manufacturing export-led growth. That model is not going to suffice for Africa, mostly because global employment in manufacturing has diminished so much. So Africa is going to need another strategy to make sure that there is a supply of jobs that is commensurate with the supply of young people looking for jobs. So that is going to be one of the very big questions facing Africa and South Africa. South Africa has had a long history of extraordinarily high unemployment. And so the problem in South Africa has been the lack of work. And that should be one of the highest issues, a priority. How do we get jobs for everybody who wants them?
So please feel free to jump in on each other's points or on this point. Chris, I just wanted to ask, in a way, the thing about a Center for the Study of the Future of Work is that it has to encompass, as Stiglitz put it, Silicon Valley and the Rust Belt. If it seeks to look at work for everybody, it's a huge problem. From your experience at LSE, would it be better for UP to focus more particularly on one group of workers, one problem? If you want to be productive, what do you think?
No, I think, obviously you will have to face many problems, but I think it would be better if it does them sequentially rather than everything together, because there will be confusion and some solutions may not even be good for some years. For South Africa, what Stiglitz said about the lack of jobs it reflects what I was saying earlier, that for South Africa, don't think that you're going to invent the next big app for your smartphone. Think, how can we create enough jobs to employ all the people who want those jobs? And if you ask why is there market failure and those jobs are not being created, it cannot be because there's a system of free enterprise that we have in
over the last 250 years. It's done so much for our societies. It just cannot be that it will not work in South Africa. It doesn't have any humanity there doesn't have any different characteristics. There must be, because of barriers that government policies and any other, there might be social barriers, government barriers of kind that are stopping it. And I think the best, most productive sort of preoccupation of the Center for Work is to ask precisely that question. How can we make sure that there are no barriers to job creation? And how can we make sure that those jobs that are being created are good jobs with good pay and good career prospects, i.e. are productive jobs? And that's it. It's one question.
One question, but actually it comes, in a way, ensuring no barriers to job creation is nowadays at least a social fiction. So it takes us back to Mohammed Yunus. It's a good fiction. Brian, did you want to jump in?
Well, I think Christopher and I are, at least, being married to an economist, but not being an economist. I'm trying to say pretty much the same Christopher has just said, is that we need jobs for all that want or need them. And I want to have the really high purpose that everyone should do a job that's deeply fulfilling. But I actually think there's an existential threat to civilization as we know it, to stability, if we have large numbers of people displaced. And that can be the Uber Eats driver whose productivity relative to their parents is lower and is driven into the ground to what is not very interesting work because of technology. But it could also just be fully unemployed. And I just think that is a problem that is foundational. And so while I think there's got to be not having barriers to work, that's a good place to start, but I'm not sure that's sufficient. And so the question I would ask, and this is really a question for Christopher, as much, and I'm not sure how on the ground in South Africa, but as we have seen more and more technology, we have seen the financial returns to capital get higher and higher and higher over time, and the financial returns to labor get lower and lower and lower, and this is concentrating wealth to those who already have it. So I guess the sustainable thing in the future is trying to make sure that labor gets enough of the share of return of what society is doing so that we can all, I guess, do something based on who and what we are rather than what we own or what our...
I could comment briefly, actually, because I'm sure you want to hear the views of others too. That's absolutely essential. That's what I meant when I said that there are good jobs with good pay and good career prospects. Is precisely that they are not Uber Eats drivers or Deliveroo motorcyclists, as we have here. And there, although new technology is pushing in that direction because of the much bigger companies, digital companies being created, online shopping and remote work encouraging and everything, and because it improves the techniques we have now, the technology technique, it improves monitoring so that you could have something like Uber or Airbnb, where they can monitor a dispersed workforce that they never see, and therefore they cannot monitor, they cannot give proper incentives and all that. I'm afraid the government policy there is essentially, in the United States, they have a version to this kind of policy that we have in Europe. The problem that Brian pointed out is very much an American problem, to some extent a British problem, but it's not a German or a Scandinavian problem. Even here in Britain, if you look at pre-tax earnings of low wage jobs and post-tax earnings, that's a huge difference. You might have a line about wages according to skill or pay, and it will look like that. And then when government comes in, the line sort of looks like that, which you don't have in the States. And you could design this kind of policy through minimum wages, subsidization of training programs, provision, very importantly, provision of social services like health, for example, childcare services that will help more women come in, and still maintain incentives for work. This is what they don't have in the States, and in fact, it's what I find the most objectionable with people of the way the American economy. So the most objectionable thing of the way the American economy, labor market is organized, that they don't take this opportunity and help the lower wage earners come up. I stop. I see your hand moving.
Chris, it's fascinating, and the thing is, you're already beginning the discussions for the new centre, which is lovely. But we are out of time, and I just wanted to have last comments from Andy and Zainab, please. So, Andy, do you have it's got to be a 30-second comment, but did you want to make a 30-second comment?
Thank you. Yes, I think that the centre could have so many different areas of focus, and it can't be everything to everyone. And I think one of the most important roles they can play is that intersection between education and I think if we go that way, it's about mindset shift, contextual relevance. Not only be economists who have this kind of knowledge about the labour market, about policy. So I think to focus on that relevance from a contextual perspective will give their students an ability to help solve these problems going forward.
Thank you, Andy. Inclusiveness again. And Zainab, last word to you on this panel, please.
Yeah, my last word would just be to emphasize on the point made earlier about coordination and perhaps working with other institutes across other parts of Africa to also try to, create similar platforms in those countries, because the future of work in every country will be very different given the endowment structure, given their local conditions. So perhaps also partnerships with other institutions across the African continent would be something that the center can think of doing.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to you all. It's been a fascinating think tank at the launch of this new center, so I'm very grateful. And I'd just like this is the end of our meeting. In a second, I'll hand back to the studio in Pretoria, but I'd just like to thank all our participants for joining us today, negotiating whatever technical challenges have presented themselves and having lovely, fascinating conversations at the dialogue. Thank you. And thank you in particular to the audience for being with us today, staying with us, joining the breakout tracks, asking your lovely questions. I'm sorry I couldn't feature those photographs that you sent in of your workplaces at the beginning, but we'll find a way to distribute those via nobelprize.org soon. So for now, it's thank you to our partners, and thank you from me, and back to Ole in the studio.
Thank you so much, Adam. It certainly has been a pleasure hosting this event with you today. I think this was one of those opportunities that tend to come along once in a lifetime. So it's been incredible. Thank you so much, Adam. I think it's only fitting for me to end my part for the day with an African proverb. My favorite African proverb, actually, considering we are on African soil. So this African proverb states, "Umwa no shenda, atashangi no kunaya." And what this means is that a child who never leaves his home will always think his mother is the best cook. So I think today we've heard perspectives from across the globe, and we've learned so much from one another. It was just a reminder that we still have so much more to learn from each other for the betterment of society, which I think is the point of the Nobel Prize Dialogue. So now to close the meeting, it is my pleasure to introduce once again the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Pretoria, Tawana Kupe.
Thank you, Ole. I think today has been a wonderful day, a day of rich layered, textured, and nuanced debates, driven, of course, by the presence of our Nobel laureates and the rest of the panelists. I've learned today that the future of work is complex, complicated, and intersectional. I've learned, and we've learned today, that the future of work is about the sustainability of humanity and nature. And that in that space, the future of work requires an education system or education systems that both emphasize layered theory, but as well as the imparting of practical skills in a changing context and in changing contexts. That technology is an enabler, has potential, but is not the magic wand. I learned today, and we learned today in these debates, that the future of work is something that requires the collaboration, the partnerships among all stakeholders in society, from the state to the private sector, business, labor, civil society, and that the future of work is about the youth, is about the young people, that the future of work is what will make us rethink, reimagine the position of humanity in this, our wonderful planet. I learned today that policy advocacy and the creation of policy, the co-creation of those policies among stakeholders, is what will restore to human beings decent work. Work is something that we enjoy. Work is where we make choices, and that the work is not about employment only. There are different forms of work, from the whole spectrum of entrepreneurship and employing ourselves, that indeed, as human beings, we ought to be excited about the future of work. This emerging world, in a disrupted world, that hope beckons us to do the right thing and restore our dignity as human beings. Therefore, we enjoyed today, particularly as the University of Pretoria, a chance to have a global advisory board giving us ideas about where we should go with the Center of the Future of Work in Pretoria. We'll take all of it on board with all of our partners. Lastly, I want to thank the Nobel Dialogue's international partners, 3M, AAB, Ericsson, and Scania. And of course, this would not have been possible without Laura and the Nobel Prize team in Stockholm. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Then, it would not have been possible without the University of Pretoria team, or let me rather say teams, who delivered on this particular occasion. And I would like, at the end of it all, to thank all those who tuned in and listened to this debate, and to say to those who have not tuned in, who will be told by those who tuned in, that these debates will be available online in podcasts. Thank you very much. Africa First became an Africa First and very successful. Thank you.